WhatsApp open as well, or your Facebook?
My WhatsApp is on my phone. Facebook.
Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to send to a few people.
Okay.
Because you can do the same thing. I got a few interesting friends that I'm going to send this to.
Good. They'll be joining us in the conversation.
Now, you may want to reword it your way, but check that out.
All right. All right.
So what I'm saying is you can copy that link and put the words in your own words.
Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Perfect. I love it.
Now, what I'm going to do is turn the fan on in the background. I just want you to tell me if you can hear it, if it interferes at all with our talk.
No, it's good.
Okay. And so what I do in WhatsApp is I can send that to some of the more interesting people I know. Let's see. Excuse me. And then we'll get going in a minute here. It's always good to be able to open the door to some other people. How long have we been trying to do this?
We've been trying to do this a while, man. Ever since you've arrived in Sao Paulo. I'd like to say, you know, bom dia, como vai, as coisas aí, so how are everything there? I know you've been working on your Portuguese. I see that you're doing well. I'm here in America, enjoying this entertainment happening all over the world.
This entertainment?
Yeah, entertainment is entertaining. It's wonderful. It's crazy. And it's funny, we kind of doing the same thing. Both of us do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Now I'm actually at a crossroads between training a lot of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and lifting weights.
Well, that's where I am.
Age now, yeah, lifting weights right now, I'm really enjoying the strength part, because as I get older, I think the strength training really helps. And I'm not actually exactly doing CrossFit, but I'm doing a version of it. It's kind of the functional training scaled down a bit. In other words, I don't do the Olympic snatches, but I am doing a lot of box jumps and iron ring and calisthenics, long jumping, then traditional weights. And I'm really enjoying it now. I never really enjoyed weights, but now I love it more than ever. And I think that the wear and tear on my body from jiu-jitsu as I get older begins to take a toll, and I enjoy kind of the buildup that I get from the weight lifting. So just overall fitness is important, man. And the older I get, the more I realize that fitness is important, and eating less is important.
Well, for me, a lot of it, excuse me. For me, a lot of it is as I rapidly approach maturity, and I'm proud to tell you, I always have to remind people that I'll be 42 this year. My big issue is I've really, really gotten away from eating as much meat. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I love meat, and I'm in a country where I can eat meat for every single meal. There's a version of meat. But one of the things I've been able to do is have that real honest conversation. Well, should I still be eating that? You know, do I want to still be this giant person at 42 years old? So I've been working to not necessarily worry about my weight, worrying about just changing my body composition. You know, I'm at a point where I can say, about. I'm worried about getting a little leaner. Not as much as, but it's been a lot of fun. I can tell you that I have, no no regrets, no fears about it. Been having fun doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me get into what I talked about earlier on Facebook.
I'm going to close out a bunch of other stuff, and we're going to see who wants to join in. Did you invite anyone?
Yeah, I'm starting to invite some people now, but let me tell you what I kind of covered today. I think I was talking to you earlier about the political situation, and I'm just enjoying the politics. As I stated, I'm a radical independent. I'm someone who I'm not tied to any party. I'm not even really tied to ideology. I kind of look at things through a stoic lens. I look at things through actions and consequences, and I try to map my life based on. I try to lay out those events, look at the scenarios, and I try to come up with a game plan.
Dave, your internet. Hold on, you broke up a second for me.
Yeah, we got a delay.
Hold on one second. You got a slight delay. Let me check something real quick, because I don't know how stable. Where are you right now? What city are you in?
I'm in Detroit, man. I'm on Comcast internet, man. I'm good on my end.
Let me see.
Shout out to Comcast.
Let's see.
Unpaid
Let me check. I'm going to make sure I don't have anything else running in the background. Sometimes, I'm downloading things.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill all these programs back here. Let me see if I kill that. Will that leave us open? Okay, yeah. So I just got the Google Hangouts running.
So let's see. There we go. So what I'm also going to do is close Facebook, so that it's let's see.
Yeah, I invited some people. Of course, they started asking questions like, "What's this and what's that?" I'm like, "Just get on." So, can you hear me?
What I'm also going to, yeah, I can, I can, but it's a little bit of a delay, and I can't quite figure out what I've got going that may be doing that.
Yeah, you're good with me right now. I hear you just fine. I don't know how much of a delay it is.
Huh. Excuse me. Okay. There we go. All right. So I've closed everything else out, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So you were telling me about enjoying the show. Tell me what you feel like in America right now, because I haven't been back to the United States in quite a while.
Well, the United, I mean, it's funny. I spend the majority of my time in Texas, and I think the government shutdown in that part of the country I think Texas is the least impacted state of all the states that I've been in by any government shutdowns, because the state is wealthy, and it's mainly powered by private business. You have a very conservative political control of the state. And so I think the attitude of people there is like, hey, well, that's Washington, and that's why we're better than Washington, because we're not so much tied into the federal government. If you travel to other areas of the country, for example, DC or the East Coast, I think the government shutdown is more pronounced because it affects more people, and the attitude of the people are different. One of the amazing things, and I know people are going to get upset, but one of the amazing things about this country, when we have a transfer of presidential power, when we have political upheaval, is how normal some things are. I mean, people are still going to go shopping. People still show up to work. So there is a robust independence built into the American fabric, which is that no matter what, people are going to continue to do their daily activities. We're not having like massive social strikes and unrest.
Well,
like
I think
some other places.
The phrase you're looking for is the peaceful transition of power.
Yes,
that's the phrase I have.
Right, peaceful transmission of power, and even in political upheaval, people know that Home Depot is going to be open. They know that Walmart's going to be open. They are confident that Kroger will be open. They're confident that they know that the police will still be arresting people. They know that certain laws will continue to be enforced.
Right.
So I think for day-to-day Americans, there's a big disconnect between the machinations of what's happening in Washington, D.C. and what's happening at our local level.
Right.
However, there is a general overall feeling, I think, of uneasiness and tension, as not only do we have the white right-left divide, we also have the racial stresses going on in the country. The internet has brought a whole new plethora of voices to the country, and as proven last presidential elections, the feeling. So there's two lives going on in American lives. There's Americans' internet lives, and there's what I call everyday life. And if you look on the internet, I mean, it's straight upheaval. I mean, it's just stuff going on. Then you step outside, and people are still, getting in line to go to the ATM, and I haven't had a random person come up to me and call me the N-word and throw a MAGA hat at me or a hot cup of coffee on me. I'm not saying that does not exist, but if you were to look at, the internet, you'd be like, man, we having riots in the street. And could it ever get to that point? Possibly it could. I don't think, me personally, I know people are going to get upset. I don't think America has any special sauce, or the people are any special over other people. So anything could happen. I mean, we could have social upheaval overnight, depending on if certain things happen.
Well, here's the thing. Let me back up. I think what we have is it's a social agreement. We have a social contract. We agree to follow the rules. Who was it? Which philosopher was it that said you get to have two choices? You can have the complete independence and the chaos that comes along with it, or you can respect a set of rules that doesn't necessarily help everybody, but it helps most people.
Yes, I mean, that is definitely a something that happens. I'm just, with all of this shutdown, I am surprised that, first of all, I'm surprised that Donald Trump capitulated to this particular round of battle. I'm really shocked. I actually lost a bet with a friend of mine at work. I thought the government shutdown was going to last another 30 days. It's temporarily lifted. I'm actually surprised that Pelosi put her foot down. When they went tit for tat over the travel to the Davos Economic Forum, when Trump shut down the plane and Pelosi responded, "You can't speak in the House for the State of the Union." I mean, it's quite entertaining. I mean, because it's just.
Whoa, let's back up for the people listening who don't know. Tell them about what happened on the airplane.
Nancy Pelosi, who's the Speaker of the House. So I encourage everyone who is watching this, whether you are, especially if those of you in the United States, expats, and just Americans or people that are interested, you need to get a good lesson in civics. This is the greatest lesson in how the government works, the three branches of government, and the Speaker of the House, who's in the presidential line of succession. She's a very important part of the U.S. government.
Right.
Travels every year to an international economic forum called the Davos International Economic Forum. I think it's in Geneva, correct me if I'm wrong, Switzerland somewhere. And it's a tradition that the Speaker of the House of the United States travels there to meet with other world leaders, as these what I call level 1 GDP countries pretty much decide, their world economic policies and probably dictate to the rest of the world where we're going.
Right.
And as she was boarding the plane, apparently, according to several news stories, Trump canceled the flight. I mean, he has that power. He said, well, you're not going. The government is shut down, which enraged a lot of people in the Democrats, because no one has ever had the No president has ever had the balls, whether you like Trump or hate Trump, to do some stuff like, I'm just going to cancel your flight. You just ain't going nowhere.
Wow.
I mean, that's just like ballsy. And then she turned around and said, well, and I know people are going to say, well, for different reasons, but they turned around and said, well, you can't speak. I'm going to use my power. And you can't speak at the State of the Union because the State of the Union is our house and we control that, which gets into the, and so a lot of people are asking questions, well, how can she do that? How can he do that? And I really realized that most Americans don't understand. They don't know civics. I don't know if they're not covering it in school. They're just not interested. But we have three.
Well, we're not covering. We are not covering it in school. We are so far removed from the way our government works that most people don't know that the President of the United States of America has what can only be described as extraordinary powers globally and locally. He is arguably one of the most powerful figures in the history of the world, but most people don't know that. Most American presidents rarely ever use those powers, but when they do, everyone is shocked. You know, the powers and the privileges of the American president are unprecedented in history.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's amazing, and that the people, not only do the people not know that, but they're not knowledgeable how the government works or how a bill is passed or who controls what. And the, you know, like people, you know, they were talking about the emergency powers of building the wall. You know, that Trump could declare an emergency and just build the wall with military funds, and then of course there would be lawsuits that would challenge it, and then it would go into the courts.
Right.
And so this is a good lesson for civics. When Trump had his quote unquote Muslim ban, you know, it was overturned. So the courts can checkmate the president after the president has done something that is considered unconstitutional. The courts can check that, and a circuit court judge can temporarily stop something. And regardless of our criticisms of it, and there are lots to go around. It amazes me that men in the 1776, that men in the 1800s were actually sat up there and created a governmental system that dealt with all these various scenarios that would possibly deal with these scenarios. That's actually brilliant. I mean, we can get mad. We can talk about there were slave owners and the racism and blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line is that this is, so far, it's working and it's being tested. And so the good thing about the Trump presidency is that the theoretical limits of presidential powers can now be put to the test. Because he says, look, I'm just going to universally build a wall. I don't care what I'm going to say. I'm going to do it because I'm the president. I'm just going to say it's a war and just blah, blah, blah. That will put all the theories of what we can and can't do to the test. Will Congress check it? Will the courts check it? How will this work? You know, how do the lawsuits work? Even the quote unquote Russia investigation is testing the limits of constitutional authority. Can a president be indicted while he's sitting in office, and how impeachment works? You know, people think that impeachment is something where they just charge the president of crime, they haul him off. Well, they don't understand it's a trial before Congress.
Most people don't even know that you can be impeached and not be removed from office. People don't know that. Clinton was impeached.
So they don't understand. Right. So they don't understand that. So the lesson in civics, and so the whole world is watching this, and I'm interested to know, like, what the, you know. So I'm sure people in Brazil are watching this, and they're looking, Brazilians, and they're looking at it through the lens of how their country operates. As people in Latin America, people in Russia, people in other parts of the world. But what people don't understand, I have a friend who's in Egypt, and she keeps sending me articles, you know, oh, America's in chaos, it's falling apart. And I'm like, well, not necessarily. What's going on is that our government, our three co-equal branches of government, theoretically, is being put to the test. And the rest of the world is watching this. And whereas some countries, unfortunately, would break off into riots and absolute chaos, you know, the United States is still humming along as we watch this show. And my question is, that Yusef, is it really so much a show, or has the presidential politics been so docile over the last year that we forgot that, you know, if a president and Congress really don't get along, if a president really doesn't get along with the other branches of government, and he decides to put his foot to the fire, can and will those other branches of government step in. And I think we're just seeing, we're seeing someone who's exercising his authority or going beyond his authority, and we'll see.
It's a terrible situation, my friend. It's a terrible
So
situation.
I don't know. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm, with this presidency, I don't really have a. So this is how I look at this, and I know a lot of people, I have a lot of friends, I have a lot of liberal friends, I have some conservative friends, and this is how I look at this. I no longer look at the news cycle as any kind of neutrality. They're openly, it's open commentary now. All the news is just commentary. And then you have the independent media, Twitter, Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. Trump's antics don't really upset me because I hear a lot of everyday people. And remember, I live in Texas. I live in a state that is conservative. But Trump reflects a lot of what people say in the street. Common people. Not all people, but certain common folks say what he says. So what's unusual is that you have a president saying openly, and he doesn't apologize for stuff. He doubles down on everything. And so I think we're at the so for example, you had this Stephen King racist situation thing where Stephen King basically said, well, this congressional representative said that, I'm a nationalist, I'm a white nationalist, and I'm all paraphrasing in this. And it was so bold that even the Republicans had to rebuke him and remove him from particular things. But, I remember in college when I was back to the University of Michigan, University of Alabama, we had these conversations on campus. We had fierce conversations where, especially on the race issue, where whites were saying, well, hey, what about white rights? And we've had these conversations before. People have said this before. They've said this in social space. Now that these representatives are saying it, and remember, these representatives, their constituents are saying it. So it doesn't shock me. It doesn't surprise me. I don't get bent all out of shape and be, ooh. I just think that we have been so politically correct that when political uncorrectness comes, we get all thrown out of pocket. And I think so. You have to look at what's going to happen and your choices. And I look at the Trump presidency as an opportunity to for people to get a little independence in their lives, to really understand politics and how it affects them, and especially in terms of who pays attention to judge elections? Nobody until now.
Supreme Court. I've never heard more people use the word Supreme Court up until now as if they were these bunch of people in black robes who didn't do anything.
Right. And so now people are like, oh, wait a minute, he's important Supreme Court judges, but he's important federal judges at the local level. And these federal judges will affect your life at some point in your life. So people are now paying attention to those elections that me personally, I never paid attention to those elections. I'm like, sheriff, constable, who cares? Well, that constable that you didn't sheriff, you may be sitting, that judge you didn't pay attention, you may be sitting in front of that judge's courthouse. It may be as minor as a traffic ticket. It may be as major as it may be as major as a major crime or you've been accused of. But you will be sitting in that house, and if they disagree with your political values and you didn't vote, oh well. So I think people are now paying attention to, the effect the president has to have, and the fact that he can appoint. And I do have some other okay, I got that message. I think so we do have a serious situation going on where people are now paying attention to certain levels of politics that they absolutely ignore. So the education level of people has to come up. No one's going to help you. You need to go to the library, not Google, because Google is getting its stuff that people have posted from the library. But you need to go to your local library, which is still around, and go get you a basic textbook on civics, a basic textbook on U.S. history and herstory. I always throw that in there. A basic textbook on how your state works. And that's the first step, is that you just got to learn about what goes on. So people aren't so surprised. Because I have people tell me, well, how can he do that? Well, they don't understand the presidential powers. They don't understand that the president carries there is an officer.
Right.
It's actually an African-American gentleman, an Air Force general, not general, or colonel. who walks behind the president every day with a briefcase. In that briefcase, it is called the nuclear football, are the codes or the keys to launch an immediate attack on whatever target the president or his advisors have decided to launch. They don't understand that the president walks around with that capability all the time, 24 hours a day.
And here's another kicker. People always ask, well, if the president decided, any president, but they're always talking about Trump now, to launch a nuclear attack on, let's just take a random North Korea, what happens? And I remember saying, well, then we shoot the missiles. And they said, well, who does he have to talk to before that? And I look at them with this strange look on my face, because what do you mean talk to? Our government is set up so that if the president decides that it's time to shoot missiles, he doesn't ask anybody. It's not like the movies where there's a chain of command and we need to do this and we need to do that. He doesn't ask anyone for permission. He just says, we're going to shoot these missiles at these people.
Yes, he has very little time to decide, and it was designed because at the time during the Soviet Union, the USSR, the United States was concerned. The United States always kept first strike possibility, but they wanted the United States the president to be able to make a split second decision from the time that missiles were detected to be launched off the ground in Russia. So the president would have very little time, and they wanted to be a seamless process where if he said execute, those commands would be immediately sent to our various forces to launch a counterstrike or first strike. So it was designed to be a robust offense, because the United States defense is a robust offense to any kind of nuclear threat. Right. And so there's no debate, there's no congressional committee, because, it would never happen. They would get to arguing and fussing, and then, boom, everybody's gone. But now so we have always trusted that the president was this wise, but because Hollywood, these wise people that were just, they had this infallible amount of intelligence, and there was always some hyper, they would sit around the boardroom and there was always some highly intelligent little colonel that would stand up and the president would be like, wow, Colonel, that really makes a lot of sense. That's bullshit. That's not how it works. Trump can say, I don't give a damn what you're saying. I'm doing X, Y, Z. And we can see in other things. So, and what do the people do? They either resign or execute. And he replaces them with people that will execute his will. His defense secretaries, he will go through like water until he finds one that will execute his will.
Stop the show. How many people are no longer in office right now because he just decided to fire them through?
Exactly. And they don't understand that. And people got to understand that is his power. And now people understand that, well, Congress has some powers too, because Congress controls the purse. So now they're seeing Congress, because this Congress and this president do not get along, never get along, won't ever get along. They're seeing, the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader, put her foot down and try to exercise her authority. So we're getting a strong lesson in civics. I was surprised that Trump blinked. I know the narcissist that he is going to retaliate come February. So get ready for fireworks. And you said something, Yusef, and I don't mean to digress, but you said something. You made a post about, I hope that people now, especially working in the federal government, and all people are saving a little bit more of their paychecks, are putting away that emergency fund. Right. When I grew up, a good government job was considered retirement. You could never get fired, and you would always get a paycheck. Well, I bet you those people know now that you can get fired, and you can miss a paycheck, and no one's going to help you. No one is going to come to your rescue. People are going to basically say, oh, well. And so I hope people have learned, all of us, that we better put some money away for a rainy day, because at any time, government can break contracts. The FAA can shut down. They can have another strike. At any time. So people have got to be prepared. And it hurt my heart to see that people were like one check away from being out of doors. And everybody from Dave Ramsey to Oprah to Susie Orman says 6 months savings, 6 months savings, emergency fund, 6 months savings, emergency fund. And people just don't listen. Well, let me go shopping. Let me go borrow. So there was a car dealership that was advertising that if you've been affected by the government shutdown, we still can get you in a new car. I mean, you you know, the boldness of a car company, a car dealership saying, look, I'm just going to finance
anybody.
It was genius, because what's going to happen, the government's reopened, these people are going to get retro checks.
Right.
They're going to get back pay.
And
so people are going to get a whole lot of money.
And here's how people behave. No one's going to remember that they have back bills. No one's going to remember that they have things that they couldn't eat and children that they couldn't afford to get gas to take to school when they get that giant check. And they're just going to say, hey, I've got, it's the same reason why you can't go on vacation for a week and leave a dog with a week's worth of food. I'm a dog lover. I don't have a dog now because I love dogs so much that I know that the life I lead, I wouldn't have the time to play with him and go out with him. But I also learned as a child, if I'm going away for the weekend on a holiday to visit some family members, I can't leave 2 weeks of food there because he'll eat it all in one day and say, where's the rest of my food? Well, that's human behavior with money. You can't give American people a chunk of money and say, well, listen, this is going to be for the next 3 months. Don't worry about it. We would be out buying cars and new electric shiny televisions with arms that come out and give you a hug when you come home. You know,
no, you're right. I mean, people are going to be getting $5,000 and $10,000 checks in overtime, and they're going to go out there and they're going to buy something new.
Yep.
And these business people know it. They say, oh, and that was a calculated risk. You say, look, not only do I get good health insurance, but if I can hang through the storm, I'm going to get a big fat check. And so, you know, TSA people, I wanted to say that I was actually impressed. I saw people at the TSA trying to be professional. They had press uniforms. They looked appropriate. They were trying to do their job under this enormous amount of stress. And it's not like they weren't getting paid. They just were getting a big IOU. So they're going to get paid. They're going to get all this back pay. And, you know, hopefully, you know, a forced savings. And for some people's lives, it'll probably improve. They'll probably had a forced savings that they never had before. And some people will go out and spend it and be broke the next day. I mean, that's just the way it is. But I think, go ahead.
Quite a few of my friends got very upset at my comment that said, I wonder if anybody learned that saving money is a good thing. They looked at me as if I had done something treacherous, that I had just said, how dare I think that Americans not believe, black, white, or otherwise, this is a class issue, not a race issue. How dare I not understand that, well, clearly they should be able to depend on their paycheck. No, the only paycheck you can depend on is your own. And I'm not here to push that entrepreneur nonsense and everybody has to be an entrepreneur. What I am here to push is that understanding that if you believe under any circumstance that when things get ugly, someone else is going to be there to help you, you're just being naive.
It's a dangerous way to live. And I made some friends upset because I said, it's funny you said it's a class issue, not a race issue. I made the statement that everything all the time is not about race. Now, I'm not one of these people that say, well, I am a black male living in America. I know that. I embrace it. That's the way it is. I'm not one of these people to run around and say, well, you know, everyone's human and everyone has DNA. Of course they do. But I'm not one of these run around people that are race blind. There are race factors involved, but everything is not always racial. So when I get my paycheck, I can't say, well, the man oppressed me. Let me go out here and buy these $500 Nikes. Let me get 10% of my check, pay myself first, put some money away for a savings, and go on. And I'm someone, and let me tell you, people, I am someone who, and Yusef knows this, and I'm really, I am someone who did not prepare properly. And when something happened in my life, I was caught with my pants down. And I had you tell me, and other people tell me, Dave, you need to prepare. Dave, you need to prepare. Dave, you need to prepare. No, what I was doing, I was flying around doing jiu-jitsu, taking private lessons all over the place, buying new gis, $30 rash guards. I was just having a ball. And then something happened catastrophic in my life. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I don't have no money. I'm broke. I'm poor. What happened? The car is going. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't get new glasses. My cell phone is broke. I can't replace it. I learned a valuable lesson, and that is that rainy day stuff that people talk, that your parents talk, that your grandma talk, that all the gurus are funded. That shit is real. And I suggest that people take, and I've got a solution to it. For the first 90 days at some point 90 days to start building a emergency savings fund. And I'm not complete because I had to dip into it. I had something happen, with my son, and I had to spend some money. But I'm glad I have it. But how I got that emergency fund is that for 90 days, just stop doing anything. Stop going out to eat. Stop getting that Starbucks every day. Habit I have. Find you one hobby that you do and do that for 90 days. Drop everything else. Don't go out and just put money away.
Uh-oh, we got somebody coming in. Hey, Dave, do you have earphones? Because I'm getting feedback because I'm hearing.
Yeah, let me try to grab those real quick while you bring the other person on.
Brother Lawrence, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you, my friend?
Hey, we can't see you. Turn on your camera.
Let me try to work it out. I like the beach situation, by the way.
Oh, you like the mustache? There was an American cowboy legend, black guy named Bass Reeves, who I saw a picture of him and decided to put, excuse me, to try a different look.
Can you see me?
See, hold on. There you go. There you go. So when Dave comes back, what I'll have you two is both, because I tend to jump into conversations and I want both of you to tell everybody who you are, why I know you. Dave is putting in some earphones.
I don't know if this is going to work because I don't think this is the right one. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. I was just getting a little bit of feedback. I could hear myself through your microphone.
Can you hear now? Is it better now or is it the same?
I think everything is fine now. Can you hear everything fine, Lawrence?
Yep.
Okay. Dave, let's back up. Tell everybody who you are and why I brought you in, because I want to give you a little bit of an intro first. I don't normally do this. Dave is the reason that I started doing podcasts and videocasts. Way back in the day, he had a crazy show on, what was it, Blog Talk Radio?
Oh, yeah, Blog Talk Radio, which is old. It was called Shock of the Hour. And
he was the Shock of the Hour. And I always said, why don't we need to get back to the Shock of the Hour days. And so I got him on today. So tell us who you are and what you do and how we met and all that other good stuff, Dave.
Yeah, me and Yusef go back a long way. We actually met in Las Vegas. We were both jiu-jitsu fanatics. And we both were what I call Renaissance men. We were interested in a variety of topics, a variety of things, everything from the classics to cooking. And we became good friends. I travel a lot, all over the place, and Yusef is an expat. And we just began to hit it off. We first met through jiu-jitsu, and then we just found out we had a lot of things in common. We disagreed about a lot of things, but Yusef was a person that likes to engage in robust conversation, and I appreciated that. And we became good friends. And I'm a self-described radical independent. I was telling Yusef earlier today, we were talking about politics, and I said that I'm a person that I don't take a particular angle or I don't toe a particular political line. I look at everything kind of stoically, and I look at consequences and actions. What's going to happen and what's not going to happen. Oh, hey, my man is on here.
What's going on? What's up, old man? This is the Old Timers Club.
The Old Timers Club.
The Old Timers Club.
That's how me and Yusef met, and Yusef went on to Brazil. So let me tell you, I'm going to make it brief. So Yusef was the best man at my first wife.
Oh, let's not even.
We got married. We got married with Elvis in Vegas.
I ain't even on my first one yet.
Let's skip all the wife business, please. I don't even want to go down that hole.
My first wife, working on number 4. No, I'm just kidding. But no, Yusef was my man back in the day. We've known each other for a long time, and so now we're here, and it's just good to talk with. And I'm gonna say this. This is some bold stuff I'm going to say. It's just good to talk with intelligent people, no matter how much I disagree with them. It's just refreshing to talk to people that have some kind of intelligence, the people that know a little bit about something, and it's refreshing And I'm always enjoy these conversations because you know what? As I discuss things and have my opinions, I'm also a person that takes notes in the mind, and I'm always learning something new from someone. And as long as you're learning something, then engaging with people in these type of conversations is productive. When you stop learning, then it's time to do something else. So that's enough of that knick-knack paddywhack about me. But yeah, we all go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, well, let Laurent jump up to bat.
Yeah, jump in. Uh-oh.
Can you hear
Laurent?
me?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can't see you. You're in the shadow like a convict.
No, I see him fine.
I can see myself on the camera.
Yeah, don't worry
Yeah,
about
I
the
can
lighting,
see.
man.
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him and see him. Yeah.
Well, nice to meet you, everyone. It's my first time getting involved in the Google Hangout, so I just downloaded the application, courtesy of Yusef. Cheers for that. I am an expatriate. I've been living in Brazil, Sao Paulo, for the past 3 years now. However, this is the fifth country that I lived in my life. I was born in Lebanon, actually during the Civil War. And then after that, I moved by myself to Australia and stayed there for about 10 years, a little bit more. And from there, I decided to start my expatriation journey. So from there, I moved to Dubai with the same company, and then to the US. I lived in California for about 2 years. And here I am in Brazil. I managed to learn 4 languages, and quite passionate about people who are into self-improvement, stoicism. Quite interested to kind of share my story, talk about my experience being an expatriate, how did it work for me, and the points in my life that helped me to transform. So yeah, I'm on the professional side. I'm a finance professional that work in the retail industry. So I'm also passionate about retail and fashion and what makes consumers tick. I would say this is the most thing that kind of attracts me to it. That whole game of attracting someone to your product, and how could you foster a relationship with them, and the future of retail and all of that. So that's me.
Well, whoa, let me tell you one of the most impressive things. Tell them all the languages that you speak.
Pardon me?
Tell them the languages you speak.
Yeah, so obviously I speak Arabic as my first language. French.
Hal atakarama Arabia?
Pardon me? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Hal atakarama Arabia?
طبعا
لا أتكلم عربية جيدا.
لا تتكلم جيدا. أنا أتكلم. So that's my first language, obviously. I speak French, as Lebanon used to be a francophone country. So that was my second language, but obviously English became my second language with time. And now living in Brazil, I'm able to communicate now more comfortably in Portuguese. That has been quite an interesting challenge for me. I mean, just when you think that you've conquered the world, you lived in 4 continents, so to speak, and you know how to navigate your way around. Little did I know until I got to Brazil, a place where it's a very homogeneous place where not many people speak English or can communicate in other languages than Portuguese. So you either do or die. And this is amongst many moments in my life where I had to get into it. I had to understand, how can I decipher, how can I, re-engineer, reprogram my head to actually learn a language, and as soon as possible, because otherwise I could not survive. When I joined here, 60% of my team or 70% of my team did not speak a word of English. So it's funny, I felt like I'm missing one of my senses, the sense of understanding what the heck is going on around me, So that has been another battle that I could talk about.
Wow. Yeah,
Lord,
go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Lauren, let me ask you. When I lived in Brazil, I met Brazilians with Arabic surnames. Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
Abdullah. So there was an immigration. I don't know which country, but there were some immigrants during the large wave of immigration to Brazil from the Middle East to Brazil. Were they Syrian? Was it Lebanese? I'm not really sure. Maybe you can school me on that.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Here's the thing. There's certainly a large volume of immigrants to Brazil from Arabic backgrounds, predominantly Lebanese and Syrian. But at least most of the ones that I've come across, they've been here for ages.
Right.
They're fairly integrated with the society and the culture, and most of them that don't have that connection to the Arabic background beyond their surname. So they don't speak the language. The ones that I've come across, or most of the ones that I've come across, they didn't speak the language, the Arabic language, and even you can see that I as a Lebanese Arabic person, tasting the food, for example, here in Sao Paulo, I could not get the same flavor that I would get it back home because it kind of became more Brazilianized, so to speak, which is interesting because when I compare it to other countries that I lived in, like the US or Australia, you have a more recent flux of Middle Eastern immigrants, and they kind of sustained a bit of the pockets of their culture within certain cities, certain places. So you can always go and interact in Arabic somewhere, or pretty much try the food, and it'll be pretty much the same as the Middle East.
Wow, great, fascinating history.
No, absolutely. There's about 10 million Lebanese immigrants over here, whereas the population of Lebanon right now is 4.5. Isn't that amazing?
Wow, that is amazing, amazing. And so you're saying that those delicious Lebanese dishes, and I'm in Detroit right now, so I have a plethora of Lebanese restaurants that I can go patronize. So you're saying that those traditional Lebanese dishes, they've Brazilianized them. That's fascinating. So they've added their own little flavor to it. Is it still recognizable, or is it completely different now?
Certainly, for sure, it is definitely recognizable. But it's always missing that one spice, that one flavor, that
right.
A little bit more of this, a little bit more of that. But it's definitely recognizable. Certainly.
Well, listen, not trying to bury the lead or save the best for last. One of the more impressive friends that I have, Eric.
Oh, here we go.
Give it to him, Eric. We're both
we need a drum roll. Uh-oh. Let me get my Bruce Buffett.
What's up, fellas?
Let me get my Bruce Buffett voice on. Let's get ready to rumble. It's
man,
time.
I'll never get in these, man. It's funny, man.
Today.
I get the hoodie going. No, man, it's good seeing y'all, man. I never get to interact with you guys that much, especially not together at the same time. I think this is the first time we all been like chatting all at the same time, though. But it was funny. I was just whooping this guy's ass in chess. I just smashed him, and I literally, as soon as I just finished him off, and I saw your message on the phone. I was like, "Yo, what is this?" And when I was kind of reading it, like, what is you? Because you always tag me in these long ass things that I don't have time to read. And I mean, what is he talking about now? But you never WhatsApp me that stuff. So I actually read it, and I was like, oh fuck, I got a little bit of time, and let me hop on. So right now, you guys see, I'm all bundled up. I'm in Delhi now. I got to New Delhi yesterday. I'm on a press trip. I'm going to the Kumbh Mela, which is the largest gathering of humans on the planet. So the government invited me out to come and cover this. So I'm here for 2 more nights in New Delhi doing some food exploration. Then I go down to Varanasi, the holy city. I'm there for 3 nights, and then I go to Lucknow for 2 more nights for the conference. And then I'll be in India until the 22nd, just kind of exploring, running around. Then I'm going to Sri Lanka on the 22nd for my 95th country. Wow. My birthday celebration. So yeah, man, it is fucking freezing over here, man. I'm dying. I was just in I don't know if you guys saw, I was in Brunei. I was just in Brunei a couple weeks ago. And then I was in Malaysia covering Thaipusam. the Hindu festival.
I've been to
So,
Thaipusam.
It's amazing, right? Where'd you go?
I was in Thaipusam. Let me pull it up. Hold on 1 second. I was in Thaipusam. I want to say Malaysia.
Oh, if you did it at Batu Caves, that's the one I just did.
I did the Batu Caves in Malaysia. As a matter of fact, do this. Put in the chat or text me a link to your article on Thaipusam, because what I want to do is, I want to push everybody to check you out as well. Yeah,
appreciate it. Yeah. As soon as I get that posted, because literally I left like yesterday, so I just finished up. So that article should be going up a little bit next week. But yeah, I'm here in India freezing my butt off. But I'll be all right. I'll make it through. So yeah, I don't even know what we're talking about. I don't even know what the moral of the story is here, man. But it's good to see y'all.
The moral of the story is, first I wanted to get everybody introduced. Dave and I started everything off, of course, talking about politics. Dave is one of those friends. I love him dearly. When he calls, I've got to look at the watch, because I know when we get into it, there's going to be 3 or 4 hours just gone.
I know.
And I have to text him sometimes.
He does the same thing to me.
Yeah. And I do the same thing to you too, right? And I have other friends do it to me. Yeah. Let's do this.
God damn it.
Chris, our token Scotsman, jump on.
Hey.
Chris, how you doing?
How you doing, man? I think I'm the last one to join, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm living in Sao Paulo, like Wateef. I've been here for 4 years. I met 2 of you. I don't know the other 2. So yeah, ask anything you want to know.
Well, tell us. Well, don't play that game, and don't be Mr.
Chris, the next time I'm supposed to come down to Sao Paulo just to have dinner with Yusef. So that's gonna be next time I come down. I'll be sure to. Maybe we all can get together and.
I was thinking about coming down. I was thinking about coming down in July to Brazil, man. But I'm like, I don't know if I want to deal with that cold ass weather y'all like down there, man. I don't know.
Well, it's not cold in Brazil.
I don't know, man. I love me some South America, but not in July, August.
You think it's cold? Jesus.
Hell yeah, I'm freezing right now. Like,
it's 5 degrees right now where I'm at.
Where are you at? You're in India, right? I didn't get your names, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm Eric.
Eric. And let me see, David, right? I'm seeing it now.
Yeah, David. I'm in Detroit. It's 5 degrees
Lauren?
right now.
Wow.
You're in Detroit. Yeah, that's the real deal.
This northern India shit is crazy, man. Y'all can,
How long have you been in
India? Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I thought I was getting kidnapped last night. That shit was crazy.
Jesus. Yeah, Delhi is crazy.
Man, it was fucking, it was one of those, man, I did a video. I need to post it up later today, but I was I get to the airport, and like, at the airport, I don't know, have you guys been to New Delhi before?
I have no intentions on India. It was never on my agenda.
Delhi's fucking crazy. So let me tell you, Delhi is as crazy as everybody says India is. It's insane. So I get there, and long story long, I ended up getting a taxi, like a prepaid taxi. Pay for it at the counter, the official. So I get in the taxi, and my driver's outside arguing with somebody in Hindi. I don't speak no Hindi. So this is one of the first times in my life where I'm in a country where I don't speak at least a little bit of the language. Like Romance languages, Portuguese, fucking Arabic. I'm okay in those places, but in Hindi, I don't know shit. So I'm sitting there in the backseat of this car, and this little Indian girl, can't be more than 6 years old, gets in the front seat. And I'm sitting here, I'm a decent sized black man in a car with a little Indian girl. I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now?
That sounds like a setup to me.
It sounds like a setup, like Blackish. Like, sounds like a setup. Then the back door opens, and her father gets in, and I'm like, okay, why the fuck are these people in my taxi? And then the driver gets in, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So apparently I booked a shared taxi kind of thing they do in India, just randomly. So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. You drop them off, drop me off. I figure we're in the same area. No, player. It took us an hour and a half in the fucking barrios of Delhi to find out where these people live. I'm talking streets with no lights on. They got cows running around. They got fucking bonfires in the middle of the street for no reason. Like, it's the craziest shit. And me, like, as a traveler, this is what I do for a living. I'm comfortable. But this is one of the few times, like, all my street smart sensors were just going off. Like, yo, and my driver's like, he's lost. So he's opening his window in Hindi asking for directions. When somebody doesn't know what's up, he gets mad and yells at him. I'm like, yo, B, don't get your ass whooped because I don't know Hindi. I don't want to be associated with you. So I'm like, this is one of the first times I was a little nervous. Like, man, eventually I made it 3 hours later to my place. But man, I'm telling y'all, Delhi is no joke,
man.
Wow.
So you got a great tour. You got a on the spot tour.
I got a mad locals tour. That's like,
that
man,
is awesome.
like straight
That's
up.
pretty awesome.
Well, one of the reasons
It was crazy.
I kind of brought this group of supervillains together wasn't just to talk about, you know, the fun stuff we're doing, but in 2018 and 19, you know, every man in this group is someone who's had the privilege of living outside his own country for a long period of time. But right now, I'm seeing these past few years, this wave of ultra-nationalist, ultra-blood and soil relationship to who can live where and how. You know, and as a side note, we often get into the argument of who is an expat versus who is an immigrant. You know, and I wanted to dig into that because I think there are some different levels to this. For example, you know, Chris, on the one end, you were the last to join, so I'll bring it to you first. And and not to tell too much of your business, but tell us who you are and like tell us why should your professional accreditations make you a more viable immigrant or expat than anyone else because of some of the academics that you've already accomplished? And have you seen that give you what you would consider an unfair advantage? And how do you look at how you're looked at as a Scotsman from the UK? Scotland is UK, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Because you never want to offend a Scotsman, because one thing I love about guys from Scotland, there's not a whole lot of pretense. If you're their friend, you're going to know it. But if you've got a problem, you're going to know that real fast. Go for it.
Okay, well, that's a lot of stuff. But I think it's a very good question, and I haven't thought about it enough in the, you know, the general context.
Yo, man, your camera's floating up, man. See your forehead and your.
There you
I'm
go.
on my
Cool,
sofa,
cool.
so I'm a little relaxed.
There you go.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think in Brazil I noticed a couple of things, like the fact that I'm European and probably white as well. I just looked like a kind of, not like a threat. So whenever I had to do paperwork and deal with the police, it was always like, all right, here's your visa, here's your whatever. Of course, there's the bureaucracy and stuff, but I think being a European and an American opens a lot of doors because people look at your passport in poorer countries and they think of you in a different way completely. And
you know, it's interesting. It's interesting to say that because the first time I lived in Brazil, I lived in Bahia, and then when I met Yusef, I started visiting Sao Paulo, and I found that myself living in Bahia. I'll tell you a story. I was in Bahia, and the police stormed the bus, and they made us all get off the bus, and of course they checked our ID. Now, when they checked my ID and they saw that I was American, I was done. I was out. And everyone else had to go through their particular shakedown. But what I find, and it's interesting, fascinating you say that, you know, that you're white and you're a Scotsman. But what I found is when I was in Brazil and in Africa and in Europe, I don't know if it's the way I walk or where I carried myself. Because, you know, if I'm in Rio, if I'm certain parts of Rio, nobody's going to tell that I'm not Brazilian. But people, and I didn't talk, so it wasn't my accent. But people looked at me, and I think Eric can comment on this, and they just treated me different. When I walked into a store, I don't know if it was my attitude. It was just, I got a level of respect that was different from the locals. And I think it comes from this, I think subconsciously, because, you know, we have this quote unquote first world, second world, third world type of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that because I remember trying to do some banking in Bahia, and I remember being stopped in the mall because I had this expensive laptop, and the policeman stopped me. And as soon as they looked at me, they were like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake," without checking ID, without speaking anything. It was just a fascinating experience. And and I find it very difficult. I find it very difficult in my mind. What I have to do is I have to realize when I travel overseas, I cannot take my prejudices, my lens of experience and apply it to that particular place.
Right.
That's the hardest thing that I found.
Well, let me tell you what I
living
get
and
all the
traveling
time.
overseas.
I'm told no matter what I say or don't say, or how well I ask for a glass of water in a restaurant, or whether or not I speak, they say there are two things that give us away. One, they say Americans walk different. We walk as if we belong wherever we are. Two, the giveaway is I'm black and I am not afraid of or deferential to someone who is white just because they're white. And I've been in situations where I've been looked at and I'll walk into a place and they look at me like, why are you here? And it's awkward. And I found it's awkward not just for black people, but for white people who for the very first time encounter someone that they couldn't in Brazil. You know, every country has its own prejudice. People ask me all the time, well, which is worse, prejudice in this country or that country or Brazil or America? It's all awful. There is no safe place to be black. So you just have to go. But one of the things you find is that it's a very awkward situation when they realize that you don't defer to someone because they're white. And it's made some very uncomfortable situations. And it's like, well, you know, we're not used to being asked why, and can you give me evidence of what you just said? You know, I'm the person that if I'm in a shopping line and I notice that there's something priced a certain way and I feel like they're giving me the American discount, which means I'm going to bump it up by a few at the cash register. I don't
Gringo tax.
If I was born in a country with no future, no hope, and I had no education, I can't tell you that I would be an honest person. I can be honest because I have a full belly and an education. But when I do that, and I'll just stand there and say, no, that's not right. And I'll just look at them. And then they look at me, and I look at them, and the line gets longer. I say, no, that's not what it says here. Yeah, and then they change it, and then they're like, oh, well, damn it. Because they believe that, you know, hey, you're an American before you're black, so you must have the money. It's a very awkward thing.
Do you really find it awkward? Like, I don't know.
For me, for them.
Yeah, but really, man, because I think it comes. There's this privilege. I don't know how much you guys travel, but like I'm on the road 10 months a year. You know, I'm moving, and it's because it's gotten to this point where people, you know, especially black folks or Latinos in the community who talk about travel, have this chip of prejudice on their shoulders. They carry every slight. It's racist or bigoted, but they never have a conversation about the privilege that we have in the spaces that we operate in. Personally, it makes life significantly better as a person of color when you move abroad. Everywhere you go, you're automatically economically in a position of power. Historically, in pretty much every country, your skin tone, it matters, but it only matters if you're poor. It matters if you're broke. Your skin tone doesn't mean that much when you got paper, or you can actually exercise the use of that money. You know, the flip side, people say, well, if you get pulled over by a cop, then, you know, you're still going to be black. Well, if the motherfuckers know I got a high power lawyer and I'm going to bust their ass, then, you know, things change really quick. Economics mean power, and with our passport comes power. So I don't know, like, personally, I don't feel any kind of way about it. Like, I lean into that privilege, and I think it's about what you do with that privilege too. It's, you know, you could be an asshole, you know, Australian in Thailand being a dick, you know, because you're white kind of deal, or you can lift up the voices of those who are marginalized and victimized. You know, I think privilege matters. You know, everybody's got privilege.
I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe I'm just a little more pessimistic, because when I see these kind of situations of, for example, Wateef was saying, someone's trying to take advantage of him, get a couple of extra dollars. I look at them and I say, you know, I'm not stupid enough to fall for that. The fact that you tried that shows me that you're not, you know, very smart or educated, that you're disrespectful. That's not my problem. So if a class of people in Brazil, and by the way, I include the poorest and the richest in Brazil, because I think there's a huge problem with, there's a huge disparity in Brazil, but also of their view as a country in the world. You know? So I think I don't feel bad. I just ignore the problem and just exist in my bubble, and I accept it like that. Maybe that's ignorant on my part, but I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think it's a problem necessarily. I think, but I land on a controversial side of this. So a lot of people, a lot of my colleagues, they get upset or they rally against this gringo tax. Basically, the tier system we know exists in pretty much every country. Locals get this price and tourists and foreigners get this price.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of expats, we've all been expats, who say, look, I've lived here long enough to where I should be paying a locals tax or whatnot, or this is what the fair rate is. My argument is like, look, from a Western perspective, we're taking advantage of our social economic position. We're abusing that position. Like the reason I live in Bangkok is because my quality of life is significantly higher than it would be, say, if I lived in New York or Chicago. I am taking advantage of my country's social economic superiority over that one. So if I gotta pay an extra $2 for this thing, I'm not sweating that too much. I'm not getting upset about that. I'm not going to fight it too much.
Brother Eric,
But,
is what you're saying, like what the cool kids call it, is they call charge it to the game, meaning I'm already so far ahead that for me to have to pay that extra, I agree with that. I understand what you're saying. I just feel as if there are two sides to it. One is, you're right. You and I living in countries where we can just make such an exorbitant amount of money and live so cheaply is great. And for anybody who's watching, I'll send out a link I put out about the taxes and how much I pay to live here. But at the same time, there's a difference between charging me a little bit more because everybody has to make their little bit of on the end of it.
Side hustle, yeah.
But then there's the insulting part.
The lies, right?
Yeah, it's when you get busted. That's what bothers me too. It does. Like, nigga, you busted now. Like, all right, just let it go.
Well, I mean, it's well, I mean, the Americans are in a bubble. Maybe I don't know if this way, and maybe Chris can say Europe, but well, I mean, we are in a bubble. I mean, when you go into a store, since we're talking about prices, and maybe Lauren can comment on this too. When you go into a store, I think generally we're used to, if the price is $3.99, it's $3.99. There's no negotiating. Now you can go to Dubai. You can go to Dubai, one of the richest countries in the world. The dollar is weak compared to their currency, and I can go into a souk or market, and it's a hassle. It's a hassle to negotiate the price. So the shopping experience, it's a cultural shopping experience. So if I go to Europe, I wasn't in London too long ago. If I go to London and it's $3.99 at Harrods, I'm not going to be able to negotiate the price. I can't say, look, the pound is stronger than the dollar. I need 50 pence discount because you English are kicking my ass when it comes to the prices. I can't say that. So I think the shopping experience it's a cultural shopping experience. It's very different. When you can go to you can go to Qatar, rich country, and you can go to a place and you'll be hassling. People with money will be haggling over $5. Yeah. It's a cultural difference. I don't know if it's so much culture dynamic. But if you go to Toronto, I'm not going to be able to walk into Tim Hortons and say, look, I know the donuts are $5.
Starbucks across the street, dog.
Let me get $4 this time, and I'll bring my friend. So it's a different, it's a cultural shopping experience. It's different, and I don't know so much if it's always based on the economic status of whatever country you're visiting. Obviously, yes, obviously Western economic currencies are pretty strong, but I don't know if that's the case all the time. I mean, it didn't work for LeVar Ball and them sunglasses in China. So
yeah, they went to work on his ass.
They went to jail. Yeah, they didn't care what they.
But I think you're right on that point. I mean, but we have to. That's the line that we choose to draw or play in. I mean, there's some cultural norms we either have to accept, or you go home, or you have a rough time in that country that you choose. I'm sure there are things in Brazil that you're like, this is fucking stupid, but you gotta ride it. Like it's the same with living in Thailand. It's like Thailand, like if you got mad at every little microaggression or hustle, or you'll be fine. Like, go home. You gotta go. You can't handle it.
Hey, 2 years in Bangkok, Thailand, I can tell you, I have seen hustles that. Some of the most coordinated hustles. That's the other thing. I don't mean one person. I mean coordinated attack.
Tag teaming on you, man.
And if you're not someone who already comes in kind of with a I don't trust anybody anyway model, they'll get you. But, again, I don't blame them. We come there as people who can choose to be there. That's why I have a policy. I never complain about a country I'm living in. If people get angry, and I run a few different social organizations, I have a rule. You can't post anything complaining or disparaging about the country we live in. Well, why? This is unfair. Because you're here on a powerful blue passport and you can leave anytime you want. Don't come here and tell me you hate the fact you're a guest. If you come to my house and I serve chicken and waffles, you can't be angry and say, well, listen, that's not what I planned on. I wanted quiche. Yeah. All right, well, I guess you're going downtown and order some quiche.
And I think that's definitely a thing that we don't discuss about. Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
No, sorry for interrupting. Just a quick comment here, just to give my 2 cents on this whole expatriation thing. You mentioned something, Wateef, earlier, which is difference between immigrant and expatriate. I think there is a big difference between immigrant and expatriate. And I had the chance in my life to be an immigrant moving to Australia, and also an expatriate moving in the other countries that I lived in. But specifically here in Brazil, and here I'm going to be talking more about even the corporate world, being involved in the corporate world here. First thing first, the moment, you open your mouth, you have that, or even without saying anything, we all have this kind of body language, this kind of, intuition that the Brazilians can pick up immediately, whether we are expatriates or we are estrangeiro, which is a definition of, foreigner, or not. Once they kind of discover that, they always treat you or look at you like a upper class citizen, whether you're making $100,000 a year or you're making $5,000 a year.
It depends on your country, though, doesn't it?
Depends. Yeah, it also depends on the country. But even before getting into which country you're coming from, they always have this kind of surprise factor that, wow, we're not used to this kind of someone who doesn't speak our language, or someone who have a very strong accent or whatever. This is on the day-to-day life, to my experience at least. In the corporate world, someone told me, a Brazilian person told me, he goes, amigo, until you start speaking fluently the language, or start, you really feel comfortable, conversing in Portuguese, people may not take you very seriously at work. And it's not like they're gonna disrespect you, but it's not that. They're always gonna treat you. They're gonna put you on a pedestal. They're always gonna look up and he's a
you're like the girl. You're like the pretty blonde girl.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
So I guess being an expatriate is definitely a novelty. Mastering the language within a short period of time is a challenge, and it may not happen. Chances are, and that's the reality. So there's always going to be some cultural, indication, subliminal messages that we're not going to get immediately. And once we don't get that, this is when they're going to be drawing this kind of line between us, so to speak, and them. But
somebody's got a little bit of background going there.
Yeah, that's me. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
That was Eric's sound effects. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Okay. We all have mute buttons now, so if you got something crazy going on in the back, I don't need to know publicly unless that's on you.
It's okay.
Room service.
No, I guess this is what I wanted to share with you guys.
Lawrence, what do you think is the defining line between an immigrant? When does an immigrant become an expat, and when does an expat become an immigrant? Is there because some people go as an expat and then they say, okay, I'm going to live here, I'm going to immigrate.
Yeah.
Do you have like a defining line when you change categories, kind of?
Yeah, probably not necessarily a defining line, but one of the things that I believe differentiate an immigrant from a expat is I'm coming to this country on a mission. So that's pretty much my intent. I know I'm going to be for a defined period living here, 3 to 4 years. I'm working for a company. They moved me here, and they're sponsoring me, so to speak. So I'm the kind of ambassador of that company in this country, so to speak. The representative, the official representative. That's what I believe makes an expat. Now, if I meet a Brazilian girl here and I get married to her and I end up staying here after 5 years, and probably I change my job, I would say that would be a definition of an immigrant. Does that make sense?
Yes, and so
totally agree.
So And so now entrepreneurs, so people that go to Brazil unless they open up their own businesses, would you say they're in the immigrant category or the expat or kind of both?
No, I reckon I would say expat. I mean, anyone who's here, anyone who's coming here, for the purpose of working, for the purpose of whether running a business or having his own business. I think so. If you have your own business, you're an entrepreneur. And if you're an entrepreneur, in my eyes, it's an expat.
Well, here's my other question then. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah.
What happens if you came from Congo or Haiti and you run a restaurant? Will they ever be considered expats?
I'm going to go back to the definition that I gave earlier is a certain period. So if I go Haiti, set up in Brazil, and then move on to another country.
There's some noise there.
It's tricky, it's tricky. I'll be quite interested to hear the opinion around the table.
It's funny. I don't know why Yusef brought up Haiti, but when I was in Chile, there's a serious Haitian population because Chilean government let a lot of Haitians come in, and they're working jobs, and it's kind of like the situation with Mexican labor in the United States. They're working jobs that Chileans don't want to work. And I met some of the Haitian community, and they're going to stay. They're not going back. They're not expats. They're going to stay in Haiti. And there was a Haitian restaurant in Chile, and so I couldn't say they were expat. I had to say they were immigrants because, as Lawrence said, they were there for undefined amount of time. There was no limit to the time. So it's not like me coming to Brazil. I said, look, I'm going to work for American Airlines in Brazil. They're sponsoring me. I'm going to train some Brazilian engineers to work on our airplanes. And after 5 years, I'm going to leave. That's an expat. Even if I married a girl in Brazil, I think because I came in with that kind of background, I would, still be considered kind of expatish, even though I would get my official papers. As opposed to when you said Haiti, you had these Haitians that have gone to Chile, and they were learning Spanish. They were speaking the language, and there was no going back to Haiti. That was it. That their new lives are Chileans. They are going to be Chileans. They're going to get Chilean passports. Their children are going to end up intermarrying with Chileans. I mean, it's going to be a whole different type of situation years down the line. And those are immigrants. Even though they might carry a Haitian passport for the rest of their life, and I think that definition of time is what I don't think Yusef is so much. I don't think Yusef is so much the country.
Okay.
Because
I think it's arbitrary too. I mean, you can't define that number. I mean, like the time, because we keep talking about like how much time people are going to spend in a place. Mm-hmm. I don't think. Because you can't say, is it 3 years? Is it 4 years? Is it whatever? So an expat is that intent on what people are deciding to do. So, yeah, that's the difference.
Is that an official difference? Is that legal?
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, this is ignorance. This is an ignorant question, but I'd like to know. Is there a thing that's called an expat, and that's like a legal status?
No,
called an immigrant.
No, an expat has no definition past. To be clear, an expat is someone who's living outside of his or her country for an extended period of time. But what has happened is that term has been bastardized. Because what we like to do in most countries is decide if you come from a G7 first world quote unquote country, you must be an expat. If you are coming from a developing nation or a nation that we consider developed but less than, well, they say then you must be an immigrant. For example,
I don't think bastardized is the right word. I think weaponized would be the right word because it's always used. in a context used to demean and marginalize a community, because expats tend to be, wealthy nations and white, like you described, and immigrants tend to be Haitians or Africans or people from Caribbean nations, or even let's go so far as to say part of Central and Eastern Europe,
Maybe
where
it's
you
this
get a lot of
concept
prostitution
that
from.
if you need to immigrate, you're an immigrant. If you don't, you're an expat. But the reality is,
that's a good point.
The case that Wateef was speaking about, you can have a very successful life living in Brazil, living in India. It may actually be better for you financially and personally. So for me, it doesn't make sense, this division of immigrant expat.
It doesn't. I don't even understand why. Like when people bring it up, it's just okay. It's fun conversation to be had amongst intellectuals, but what difference does what that label is? And the only reason that it will be used is to weaponize it, to use it to marginalize a community of people. If you want to call somebody an expat, you want to call them a immigrant. If you're even wasting the energy arguing that point, you're on the wrong side of the conversation.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wow. Well, it's curious. You said G7 countries. So, I mean, Saudis nationals are never considered immigrants. Even though they may want to stay in the country, they're never considered immigrants. Is it just G7 countries?
Paper. Like, I mean,
that's another
because
game.
Of the paper. Because of the money. Because of the money. Because of the paper. The power of the
and geopolitical position too. Because you got to think about it. It's not us. It's not people like us, like normal people who are making these definitions about who's an expat, who's an immigrant, who's writing the headlines to these stories like immigrants raped a girl on the bus or expats did this. It's usually people in the political spaces who are creating this division.
Yusef can bear witness to that. When I was in Korea, I lived in Korea 7 years, and then I used to go to Japan often. Every headline in Japanese newspapers, especially in Okinawa, was American serviceman raped girl, American serviceman.
Oh yeah,
American did this, American did that.
I was stationed in Okinawa.
I mean, so the immigration story can be flipped on. It was always a story.
But also remember that's weaponized. Also,
whether
you got to remember, like there's a huge.
Whether they were military or not, there was always some negative headline of some American that did something to some girl.
They were anti-American, though. You got to remember Japan. Back to the earlier point I was making. Japan has long been anti-American, not only during the war, but after the war with U.S. bases there. How they wanted our U.S. bases out of there.
Yeah, well,
that goes to
for anybody who doesn't know, after World War II and any military situation, to the best of my knowledge, the United States has never removed a military base from any place once we put it there, regardless of peacetime or wartime. Once we're there, we're in your house forever.
We closed a lot of bases. We closed a lot of bases.
Closed, but not removed the military presence. There will always be American boots on the ground in any country once we've been there.
Let me ask y'all this: is right now, is America, and each one of you answer, is America seen as this hyper aggressive bully, or is it seen like it always has, the land of glamour and Hollywood? I mean, what you say, Chris? How's America looked at right now? Because y'all, I'm in Detroit right now, which is a whole other thing. I consider Detroit a whole separate country. But Chris, what do you say? I mean, right now, what are the optics of the United States? Bully or the land of where dreams can be met?
My opinion has been flipping back and forward because I'm looking at the case these days of Israel, and I used to think Israel was an abomination that shouldn't be there. But recently I've been changing my opinion a little bit because I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. However, I think the United States has a lot of self-interest, not the people, not yourselves, but the political sphere there doesn't even care for its own people that much. So why would it care for Brazilians? Why would it care for Middle Easterns? It's there to sort of feed itself. That's the way I look at it.
Eric, what you say, man? And now Eric, I know, and we've had this discussion before, man. One time Eric told me, he said, man, don't send me no more crap about America. I am done with that shit. But right now, from your friends' perspectives, how does America look? Are we still the land of glamour and Hollywood, or are we just a big old spoiled narcissistic
hot mess? I think it's a matter of who you're asking that question from. And you know, I'm blessed to do what I do for a living, so I'm constantly I get in these conversations a lot, like, oh man, Donald Trump, oh my goodness, what's going on? Well, I think it's you have people who come from nations that have historically idolized the U.S. Places like in Southeast Asia, parts of Europe that have looked at the U.S. as this bright beacon of hope and opportunity. From those people, you usually get this confusion. They're like, man, how did this happen? Obama was amazing, but like, what's going on? But then you get the people who've always had that little bit of animosity towards us, the Japanese, the Germans, like the British, like you had that little bit of that little hater shit. Like they're like, oh, we're allies, but do you really know we whooped your ass? And that's why we're friends, because you lost the fight, basically. So those countries have always used it now to create this narrative of how we're going backwards, and we're not the best at anything, and you constantly see these polls. But I think realistically, I'm that kid. I'm like, look, the biggest dog wins. That's just the way it goes. If it all fell apart, force equals power, and as long as the U.S. has its military force, it's the big dog. We can play this soft power game about, oh, China's doing this in Africa, and Germany's economy and Scandinavian socialism, education. I'm like, yeah, that's cute and all, but we can still fuck them up if it got real, So people like to pretend we've evolved as a species beyond that. Like we've evolved to this utopian position. I'm sorry, Chris, what'd you say about it?
You have an obvious couple of counterexamples. Even a recent one in Afghanistan that's a complete failure, and Vietnam. And that was
I disagree. I don't think that was a complete failure. I think the United States.
I disagree. Afghanistan is the heavyweight champ of the world.
Yeah, like that trench warfare works, but in that trench warfare works very well. Sure. But I think it's a matter of perspective. When you have geopolitical position now, if the goal is scorched earth, total domination, there's a different conversation there. Even if you're able to totally destabilize a nation and take them off the board as a major global player, that's a victory. So from that position, there's very few other countries on the face of the planet Earth that can even come close to doing what the United States can do in that arena. And again, I'm not advocating for this. I'm not saying that it's okay to be a bully, which we are. But what I'm saying is this is the reality of the world that's been built, is that countries like the United States, China, Russia, through their military force and power and ability, have gotten in these positions of power. And we can talk all we want about global reach, soft power, but in the end, the United States dictates the pace of anywhere, pretty much in the world. So
the military force is related to the soft power.
Lauren, go ahead.
Anyway,
Lauren, hold on. Let Lauren get in for a second.
No, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna have to go right now because I've got this prior planned commitment.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure, huh? It's been a
pleasure. So,
Lauren,
let me ask you now the question I'm going to ask everybody. If I decide to do this once a week, maybe 2 or 3 times a month, are you in?
2 times a month, it'll be quite interesting. I mean, also depending on my travels, but certainly interesting for me.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you. You know what I'll do? I'll give everybody a heads up.
All right.
Hey, Lauren, next time I'm in Sao Paulo, man, I hope to meet you.
It will be great, man. Let's have dinner.
Okay.
All right, brother.
Yeah, later, brother.
See you soon, brother Lauren.
Nice weekend. Bye.
Well, I mean, Eric, I think Eric is pretty much on the bully answer. Can I safely say that a bully was the answer?
Bully's my answer.
Yusef,
but it's both. Also, I think it's both. I think it's the bully on one side and it's the romanticized view on another side. I think it's both. I really think it's both. It just depends on what country you talk to.
So in Scotland, growing up, Chris, America? What was it? Now, I don't know. And Chris, I know. And let me tell you something, Chris. I'm gonna tell you an interesting story. Chris, I was in a Starbucks in London. I was in London not too long ago, and I had a discussion with someone from Northern Ireland. And it was a fascinating discussion. It threw me into some deja vu. And he was talking about, hey, man, nobody will rent me a house. The people are nasty. When I open my mouth, they look at me with attitude. And I'm sounding like, man, he sounded like a brother. I'm sitting up here like, damn, is it? Because look, as an American, let me tell you the ignorance. As an American, as a Black American traveling to Europe when I traveled to Europe for the first time, particularly England, you're like, okay, English, everybody's white, everyone is the same, it's all homogeneous. And then you quickly learn that there's some class differences, there's some cultural differences, there's been a war going on, there's occupation going on, there's resistance, there's some bombings, there's all kind of shit going on. Outside the immigrant situation in Europe, there's some shit that was going on for years. So
we never heard about in the States growing up.
Right. And so I really learned a lot. And then when I traveled to Ireland, I was like, oh my God, this is a whole different world.
Sure.
But growing up as a Scotsman in England, and people say that the number one tourist spot for people from the UK is Boston. That's what all the statisticians say. They say because of the American Revolution, they want to know, how did we lose this shit? So how was America looked at growing up, as a hero or the bastard child that just got rich to be?
I think if the game is to win culturally, I think United States won that game a long time ago.
Really?
So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the I don't know, the propaganda of looking like the most successful country in the world. We always had that impression. Yeah. As a Scottish person, Hollywood helped a lot, but I'm a scientist. I have a PhD in mathematics, and as a scientist, which country produces the most outstanding publication?
Right.
The highest number of Nobel Prizes. Now you can argue who wins the Nobel Prizes. Well, it's mostly Jews or whatever. But they still live in the United States. The United States pays them to work there, has the best universities. It's all about money at the end of the day. And the United States won that game. All that can happen now is it can slip into second place. But that still doesn't.
Wow, you know what? That's deep, because he said, "Hey, they've already won that game. There's nothing else but to go to second." Wow.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So I still look at it as a positive. There are a lot of good things in the United States. I think it's been a country that had a lot of success, but the world changes. So I argue that the success, not in terms of government, not in terms of existential power of the government and military troops in 100-something different countries and all that other nonsense, but the brilliant thing about America is probably that C and S corporation.
Wait, now Dave, you are going to have to give us, because not everybody understands those differentials. So give us a short,
let me simplify it. The corporation, the corporate model of America, the corporate corporation as an extension of multinationalism. I mean, everywhere you go, and Eric has been to the most countries, but I cannot escape the power of the American corporation. The Burger Kings, the McDonald's, the Starbucks. It's just absolutely brilliant. And Chris, I get pissed because I want to get away from this. And
and it's the British model. Actually, the British designed it, and
not like the American corporation did it.
No, that's what I'm saying. We perfected it. We improved it.
Because you remember the whole secret to British colonialism was to let the indigenous governors run it to the interest of the British. American company come in and say, we're going to have Starbucks in Thailand, like we're going to have Starbucks in Chicago, like London, like Liverpool, like Ghana, Nigeria. Starbucks is going to be Starbucks. The same thing over and over again is going to be a repeat of the model. And that is the most brilliant. And that in Hollywood and movies, because I mean, I am shocked that the rest of the world goes and watches movies in subtitles. That blows me away.
Wait. Why would that? I watch subtitle movies.
I know you don't. No. Yusef and Eric, you know Americans would not watch Black Panther in Detroit if it was in Chinese and had to read it. They'll be like, oh, hell no. You know it.
Okay.
But I think you also have to look at the quality. No offense to, I would say maybe Bollywood will be number 2. I'll have to look at the numbers on that. But
Whoa.
the quality,
Where you going with this?
no, that's what I'm saying. The quality of film that is being produced out of California, it's the best in the world. I mean, just it's the best in the world. Hold on. Let me finish this. Hold on, let me finish this. You might be able to find a few foreign film, but as a whole, as an industry,
I'll give you 2 examples. I'll give you 2 prime examples. Right? Okay. The single greatest action films ever filmed are out of China. The greatest horror films being made right now are from South Korea. And they have been for decades. Americans don't know it.
Come on. Okay, that's Train to Busan, but I would say action movies okay.
No.
But action movies on one scale though.
I'm not talking about Train to Busan. I'm talking about I Saw the Devil. I'm talking about those horror films that are so visceral they won't even show them in America. I mean, we can even go back to the greatest director of all time.
And they have the same one. Okay.
The greatest director of,
I don't know. And you have the same kind of films in Thailand. That's a genre. Yeah. That's a very small niche genre. They do very, very well. Hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, sorry. That's a small niche. We're talking about a very small niche genre that they do very well.
It's horror and action niche genre.
In both.
Yusef.
In both. But action niche is you're only talking about stuff like The Raid. You're talking about Once Upon a Time in China. You're talking about
Yusef, I agree with Eric and I'm going to prove Yusef. I'm going to shut it down in 5 seconds. Every kid around the world knows about Superman. Checkmate.
Yeah.
Superman, Batman.
Every kid.
That's different. That's comic.
Hold on a second. Back up, team. We had 2 comments, and I don't want to go so far past. We've got Lillian who says something specifically to you, Dave. She said, Dave, the U.S. that is the typical bully that everyone knows is bad, but paints himself as nice, so everybody plays along because they don't want to have their lunch stolen during lunch break.
Yep. It's true. I mean, when you step back, and this is what always fascinates me about this conversation is that we pretend that as a species we evolve beyond this kid with the biggest stick wins mentality. We pretend like we passed the biggest lion is the king of the jungle.
Eric, Russia
we're not beyond that.
Devil's advocate. Russia got a big stick. They got a big one. It's called Satan.
They ain't got a bigger one than us.
No, Satan.
They got a bigger one than us.
Well, wait a minute. Do you disagree with what Lillian said? Is that everybody believes everyone who is not American sees America as evil, but if you call them out, they'll punch you in the kidney?
I don't believe that.
Okay, let me.
This one's for you. Now she called you on this one.
Let me engage in that. I think, and I'm glad we're talking about Brazil because all of us, you're in Brazil and have been to Brazil. Eric lived in Brazil and I've lived in Brazil, so we can talk a Brazilian thing. We can talk specifically to Brazil and the United States. The United States is looked at. She may say is the bully with the big stick, but it's also the Brazil. Let's talk about Brazil. Brazil and all of its brilliance. Every economist, every scientist, every expert that says Brazil has the potential to be a superpower. The resources, they have the universities, they have the diversity, they have the talent. But I'm going to say something that's going to ruffle some feathers, but don't you think that there's a mindset in Brazil of Brazilian inferiority that helps perpetuate this view that people project America to be more powerful than it really is. I mean, America ain't that. We ain't all of that. We ain't controlling everybody's minds and all that. That's
pretty
kind
much
of
bankrupt as well.
I mean, that's debatable because we print our own money and stuff. But
yeah, but you can't enforce that forever if you want a global financial system.
You're right.
To work.
But this mindset that America is so superior to everyone, when we have a congressman going to get his surgery in Canada. He's going to get his hernia surgery in Canada. We have Americans going to Brazil to get to study what the world's greatest plastic surgeons are in Brazil. We have people going to get their teeth fixed in Thailand. We have people going to England because England has some things that America doesn't have. So some of this delusional that America is just ooh and oh, I think some of it is just self-inflicting, and particularly when it comes to Brazil, because Brazil, as I go to Brazil, I'm fascinated by the brilliance, the diversity, the culture. They have the university, the institutions. They have everything they need to be quote unquote first world power. And some of it is just Brazil's own bullshit that's keeping Brazil in the bullshit status. It can't always be an external power that's dominating you, making you, it is what it is.
Oh, come on, man. That would take self-awareness, man. Like that would take self-awareness. And people
look at Vietnam Eric, look what Vietnam has done in a shorter part of time.
Like they woke up.
Vietnam not sitting around talking about, oh, America come help us with some handouts and some government programs. Vietnam said we gonna get that. And Vietnam has been ravaged by every colonial power in the world. And Vietnam is no joke. No joke now.
Yeah.
No joke.
Wow.
Look at the
comments.
comments.
Let me ask you a question. Are we?
The U.S. is the easy target. Go ahead.
Are we discussing a macro issue that in the micro issue we could say, why aren't black people doing better? All it takes is some self-awareness, and you can't say the white man is holding me down.
That's okay. Okay.
Do we want to go there? Hold on. Do we want to start this?
No, look. I had the discussion, Eric, with somebody, and I said, who says that black people aren't doing well? I think after 400. Wait a minute. I think after 400 years of slavery, 100 years of Jim Crow, and all of this, I think the fact that we've got black universities, black mathematicians, we've had a black. I'm playing. I can play the other side. The first black president coming from slavery, whether you like him or not, whether you call him black or not. I think a lot of first athletic domination, Hollywood, entertainment. You could say, on the other hand, that black people in America have done phenomenally well considering the circumstances. So that's kind of you can throw that argument. You can play that from both sides.
Can I say something as well? I mean, black people are not a majority group in the US as well, and I think with minority, it's basically a minority, right? So when you're a minority, I think it's a little bit hit or miss. Your culture needs to be unified, and I think black itself is not a culture; it's becoming one. And I think it's kind of been a success story that you even have black culture in the US that managed to be cohesive like that. But the people who were brought as slaves were brought from many different cultures, and they had to integrate that into something. So I think that's it
was less than that. It was you have in the U.S. black culture came out of slavery, and this is why this whole Black Back to Africa movement pisses me off, because it erases a very fundamental fact. So during slave times, all that culture, all that stuff that was brought over with us, that shit was beat out of us. It was beat out of our ancestors. Like most black people are Christian, which baffles me. It was like, you're only Christian because you were told by your slave master you're a Christian. Like these things, it's a hodgepodge of all these different things, and that's where that culture came from. So I always say that, look, you have Africans and you have African Americans. They are not the same. They are two entirely different struggles, different cultures. The blood of our ancestors it's in Georgia, it's in Florida, it's in Texas, in South Carolina and Louisiana, but that's a whole cultural dynamic there. So I'm not shocked that our culture came up out of what it is to be like what it is today. I'm not surprised about that at all.
You know what, Yusuf, you do know that in the UK, the immigrants with the highest scores, the highest level of education are Nigerians.
Right.
So, I mean, black is just too general. It's just like me saying, okay, well, why aren't white people all successful?
Yeah, it's like saying white, but you have Polish, you have Russian, you
German.
have...
Are they Russian? Are they, because Eastern Europeans are not looked at, and Eric and Eastern Europeans are not looked at as the same as Western Europeans at all.
Can you give us a few examples, Eric, of Eastern European states versus Western European, for those of us who don't know geography, which is everyone outside of America?
Okay, so the biggest thing. Let me touch on something that he just said just now. It's interesting because Eastern Europeans have gone to the point where they have to marginalize another group because they're being marginalized. So the Roma community, I was featured in Forbes like last month, and I was talking about amazing places to visit in 2019. And one of the places was Transylvania. And I said that I really appreciated the hospitality of the Roma people. And I specifically said Roma people, Roma, Roma people. I got dozens of messages from Romanians saying, well, you need to check your facts because Romas are not the same as Romanians. I'm like, no. I meant Roma people. Roma that you call gypsies or Tsigans. That's who I meant. That's who I was referring to. And they were upset because they thought I was conflating the two and confusing them. And Roma people are significantly marginalized in the U.S. If you're using gypsy, it's the same as nigga, by the way. So Central Europe are a place like, you have Hungary, the Czech Republic, going all the way to the east of that. And then you have Romania, you have Moldova, you have all the Balkan states, all of that is going to be Europe. So those people, when they go to the UK, when they go to Germany, when they go to France, when they go to the Netherlands, they're looked at as other. They're the Mexicans of Europe, I guess you call them. Yeah. Like that's the comparison that can be made from those
considered
regions.
Trashier.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's just the way it is.
Guys, can I just say I have to go? I have a lunch appointment.
Chris, we'll meet. Chris, we'll meet in Sao Paulo.
The same here. Actually, I gotta wrap it up myself.
Okay. Well, we got some other people that hope that I hope can join in as well. And I will tell both of you this. Oh, excuse me. I will tell both of you this. I sent both of you that private link today. Here's what I'll ask both of you to do. If you can think of someone right now that would be interesting for this conversation, you both have enough reputation with me. Send them that link. Say, I want you to jump into this conversation with these guys.
Are you going to set up the schedule for the next one?
No, I'm saying for right now. Just forward them what I sent you and say, hey, take my place here. Cool. Just like we used to say, each one teach one. Give me one interesting person to jump into this battle royal.
I'll do my best.
Cool. All right, cool.
All right.
Cool.
Speak soon, guys.
Brothers.
It's a pleasure.
All right.
Hey, Eric, take care, man. We'll see each other. Hey, we still got a date on the mat.
Yo,
hey,
let's stop for a second.
Why you keep calling me out? Why you gonna call me out publicly?
I'll tell you something about the three of us. The three of us that are left, one of the things I've learned about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's one of those brotherhood sports that you can go anywhere in the world, not speak the language, go to a gym, and leave being invited to go hang out.
Oh yeah. You're good.
Eric Yusef is in Brazil, and if he ain't a black belt now, I don't want to hear it.
I don't know what he's doing.
I'll tell you what it is. It's my agenda.
I see that cute little blue belt behind him. You see that cute little blue belt behind him?
There you call my blue belt cute. Listen, I've been focusing a lot on my weightlifting, but at the same time, it's timing. Listen, all right. Well, listen. I want y'all to keep that same energy when I play my little Kimura game with you. I want you to, when you have a hard time eating lunch the next day, I want you to remember that little clever little.
Eric, he gonna be so tight from lifting weights, he ain't gonna be able to reach it.
You better work on that cardio. You better work on that cardio.
Every man's got a plan till I catch that wrist.
All right, hey, Eric, take it easy, man. Take care. Yeah, that was a fascinating conversation, but I was having a discussion with somebody, really someone in the alt-right, and we were talking about this black people, and I was having a discussion with actually Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, good friend of mine who I invited. I hope he comes on. We were talking about this whole black people not successful thing. So, Yusef, what is black people successful? Because I have two takes on this. Is the black community marginalized in the United States and is suffering? Oh, yes, unquestionably. I'm not going to get into all that. That's obviously. But success in terms of what? Should we be just like whites? Should we be like Asian immigrants? Should we be like Middle Eastern immigrants? Should we be like Jewish Americans? So, I mean, what success compared to what?
Well, here's how I look at success. I just want proportionate representation. What does that mean? If Black Americans are 15% of the American population, and we can argue that number, how about give me 15% of the people in Congress and in prison? Now, it might be 10 in some and 20 in another one. I can deal with that. But why is it such a wildly disproportionate number? Let's look at the American military that you and Brother Eric Prince were in. What percentage of the Black men and Latino men and brown men in the American military are grunts versus the one with enough stripes to actually make decisions? Can you give me that same percentage? I'm not here to tell you that everybody with brown skin is good or bad. What I can tell you is that if we are not in a situation where we can stop being disproportionately represented poorly, there's no help. There's no help coming.
So, you know, but considering the history of this country, I mean, you can't, I mean, how can you, it's just, it's a long story. I mean, we got here. It's a long story how we got here. I mean, you can look at, and I'm not saying that it's all kumbaya, but again, is it institutional racism or is it inferior thinking? Because I'm going to say that this here is part of the major issue. Because Yusef, you were born in, come on, Yusef, let's look at the stats. You were born in Niagara Falls. Yeah. You're not very rich parents. You grew up in Buffalo, one of the worst. Come on now, Buffalo, Detroit.
I didn't grow up in Buffalo,
but Buffalo. We know about your family history, family background. We run the numbers, statistics. The computer says that you should not be living in Sao Paulo, Brazil right now, running your own business as an expat on the podcast. The computer program says that you should be in some jail somewhere in New York, running around with a fella. You should be rapping or doing something, but you're there. So YusefWateef, somehow, what happened? What happened?
I know for certain that I had a few advantages growing up. I had parents who knew their own frailties because there was a lot of alcoholism in my family, but I had a dad who would talk to me about what it's like when you drink too much. I had a mother who was also an alcoholic, but made sure I could read 3 grade levels ahead my entire life. I didn't even know how important that was until I hit high school. I didn't know that I was reading 3 grade levels ahead. I didn't know that my father would give me books so far above my ability to read that I would have to struggle through them. But I didn't know that in junior high, most kids weren't reading the Iliad.
Wow. Your parents had you reading the Iliad in junior high. So that's fascinating. So your parents just said, hey, you know, education, reading, those are primary important things, and other parents didn't.
Yeah.
And you think, so you're saying that was the key. So you consider that an advantage or
a huge advantage?
An unfair advantage?
Well, there's no such thing as fair or unfair. There's simply the world you get. Like, think of it this way. I have a lisp. I speak with a speech impediment. However, my grandmother, who was 65 when I was born, would have me reading her passages from prose and literature, and she taught me public speaking.
Wow. That's
small things like that. Small things like that made a lot of difference. I'll tell you something that I've never spoken publicly. A few people in my family have talked about it. I've talked about it with. I didn't know this, and my mother semi-confessed it to me when I got older, and then after she told me, I verified it with my dad. I didn't know that my parents made sure I had nothing cool in my life at all.
What do you mean by that?
I was never allowed to have cool clothes. I was never allowed to have cool sneakers. My parents actively made sure that I was never, under any circumstance, accepted by the cool kids. I got picked on. I got beat up when I was a kid because of the way I spoke. Then they told me after I finished my first university degree, it wasn't an accident. They wanted me to have no connection to anyone so that when I turned 17 and graduated high school, I would have no reason to want to stay. Think about that, how far ahead in the game they had to think.
That's deep. That's deep. And so with those few simple things, you were able to have a different outcome, different reality, and different outcomes. The different outcome. Mm-hmm. Hey, I want to switch on. I want to switch topics real quick. Have you been following the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu political world?
No.
There's one name in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that is the causing all the controversy, and that is Gordon Ryan.
Yeah.
Enough said. Gordon Ryan is American black belt under Gary Tonin, who's under Ricardo Alameda. He's tied with the Renzo Gracie team. He's young. He's free. He already says he's the greatest no-gi grappler in the world, and he literally is beating the pants off everybody.
Yeah.
And he calls you out. He'll say, "Hey, let's go. You put your 50,000 down. I put my 50,000 down."
Right.
He's the LeVar Ball of jiu-jitsu.
Now, Gordon Ryan, doesn't he have a blonde hair? Blonde hair
yeah,
guy?
he's dyed it. I think he's dyed it, yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, Gordon Ryan literally is, I mean, he's just out and out said, "Look, I'm better than all of you guys, and I can prove it." And so far, he's tapped everybody. And a lot of people get upset at his, marketing tactics, the calling people out. And he recently called out Andre Galvao. I don't know if you saw how that went down. And they found a sponsor that was going to sponsor for $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
No, for $300,000. And his wife said $1 million. And then Gordon just responded saying, "Look, since you're a church going man, since you too rich for this, let's just do it for charity." I mean, he just went all the way left with it. And a lot of people, they are upset. But there's a lot of people saying, "Hey, man, if he can back up and he can give us entertainment and draw fans to the community, then why not?" I mean, I don't know in Brazil if they know about Gordon Ryan, but he's ruffled a lot of feathers.
Well, here's the thing. Excuse me. How can I do this? Isn't he doing what Muhammad Ali did?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the marketing style, I'm the greatest, this, that, and the other. I mean, and he backs it up with victory. So I think he has. I think he's got something going on. I think that whole Danaher Death Squad, that whole crew has something going on. And I think, Gordon Ryan said, "Hey, the reason I'm catching all this flack is because I'm not Brazilian."
Right.
Which, a whole nother political thing.
Right.
So I don't know, man. I think the kid's brilliant. I think his marketing style is brilliant. And I think that I don't think Gordon can be stopped.
Not right now he can't, from what I've seen of him on the mat. From what I've seen, so many people want to discount his ability because they don't know or don't like who and what he is. They're going to get hurt because they believe that. We often forget that sometimes the bad guy is good at what he does.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that the whole picture of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu being this noble martial art where people, honorable people train and we're defending the poor and the weak.
The poor,
I think that's just bullshit marketing for moms who want to put their kids in a nice after-school program. Mm-hmm. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu never was for the poor, never for the weak. It was a rich aristocratic family, the Gracie family that, inherited Jiu-Jitsu from the Japanese, and they modified the ground Newaza techniques, and it became Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, which over time became Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, all of this, we're just here to help pious, poor people and save them from the evil. That's bullshit. We all know we've all heard the stories of Gracie's whooping ass in Brazil and kicking ass and knocking folks out. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighters had, even when I was in Rio, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighters had the reputations of, "Oh shit, here they come to wreck the party and whoop everybody's ass."
Yep.
So now that you have Gordon Ryan doing it, and he's not doing a street fight. He's basically saying, "Hey, let's get down on the mat. Let's put your money down, put my money down."
Yep.
Then, why not? I think
we have a young man who is loud, aggressive, with the technical know-how to back it up. And here's where we are. You have the establishment who are filled with men who were him when they were young. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. A friend of mine said that I had an American black belt tell me there's no good jiu-jitsu left in Brazil. What do you say to that? That all the top instructors have left Brazil. So therefore, because all the top instructors left Brazil's actually, the technical expertise is here.
Here's the problem.
I don't know about that shit.
Here's the problem. Something I do know here in Brazil, they haven't embraced any of the no-gi or MMA aspects of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as heavily as we have in other countries. Because here, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is more than it could ever become if they embraced mixed martial arts. I have seen places in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu where you have teachers opening schools in some of the most impoverished neighborhoods and have no intention of being paid, using it to get kids off the street, like boxing gyms in the United States used to do. So for them, MMA doesn't represent something that's going to be better for their clients and for their children. You're never going to have a 65-year-old MMA fighter competing and then coaching young fighters on what they do. The thing about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that gives us the advantage not only of brotherhood, and I'm not telling anybody that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the greatest sport in the world. It's whatever you need it to be. If you want to be a kickboxer, be a kickboxer. If you want to train in boxing, be a boxer. If you want to be a wrestler, be a wrestler. The advantage you have in wrestling as well as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is when you go to the locker room. You have a 60-something-year-old man who's not only been training his entire life, who may never have been a world champion, but when you're toweling off after the mat, when you're putting your clothes on, getting ready to go home, you have those conversations and you're sharing wisdom and life experience using Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as that prism of never giving up. I've had old guys say to me, hey, listen, don't miss a class because, when you're my age, you're counting them. You're saying, I can't wait for this because I don't know how many I have left. Don't ever wake up one morning and say, I wish I had gone to class that day. I wasn't sick and I wasn't injured.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fascinating, it's fascinating what it is. And I still think, when I train in Brazil, just the no-gi game is definitely not, because they don't have the wrestling background. They, America and the wrestling here. And I'm a late comer to wrestling. I mean, our knowledge and depth of wrestling is tremendous. And I think we kind of bring a wrestle kind of jiu-jitsu to the game.
Yes. And
the Brazilians are a little bit more, savvier with the gi and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
But just the sheer numbers of black belts that are in Brazil, the sheer number of the practitioners, the people they're training, the schools are still hardcore. Whereas, in America, you have schools that are kind of soft and we just gonna kind of roll around with fitness. And then you have people that just, you have the Cobra Kai sitting up there trying to break your face off. So I think, there's just a different output and goal. I just, I don't know if, like, for example, you're there with, Master Barbosa, who, Barbosa obviously is a great jiu-jitsu practitioner. And I've listened to some of his presentations, and I have to listen to him in Portuguese and kind of struggle with it.
Right.
But, I mean, just listening to him 5 minutes, I realized this guy is a ridiculous teacher. I mean, he is seriously, deeply philosophical and technical with his jiu-jitsu. And he's just chosen to stay in Brazil. He could come to the United States and get sponsored and probably open up a massive academy and
right.
a lot of money. But people like him, Fabio Gurgel, he's probably making good money because he got world. But you have others, Cicero Costa, you have other people. And I'm just talking about Sao Paulo people who I'm going to stay here. This is my home and this is what I'm at. So you still have deep knowledge of jiu-jitsu in Brazil. I mean, it's still deep. I think it has to do with money. I mean, who can travel to LA to go to the Worlds? I think you have Herbal Santoses everywhere in Brazil. You got kids from the favelas that are the next Tereré. It's still, it's still good jiu-jitsu there. I mean, it's still a tremendous amount of people training there.
Yep.
I think the United States is doing well. I think of course, we've got a louder marketing piece. We've got probably better websites. The IBJJF can make plenty of money here, and that's a whole nother controversial topic about the IBJJF and it's real jiu-jitsu and blah blah blah. And there's some other places. When I went to England because of Hodger Gracie, London got hundreds of black belts in one city. All of it either Hodger Gracie or Carlton Gracie lineage. Really good guys. I mean, the jiu-jitsu is ridiculous there. Europe is good. Poland, I've never been to Poland, but I hear the jiu-jitsu in Poland is supposed to be just on a whole nother level.
Really? And you still have these isolated pockets. And what will happen is those isolated pockets will develop things that the rest of the world hasn't seen yet, like the Danaher Death. Can you tell everybody what the Danaher Death Squad is? Because it sounds kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, it's Tonin. Was it Tonin, Gordon Ryan, Nicky Ryan? It's his crew of guys, the no-gi, who are just tearing it up, and they're all primarily students of John Danaher, who was this. I found out he has a PhD in philosophy, and he is a professor, and he was a bouncer for 20 years, and has come out to be one of the top teachers in jiu-jitsu. And when you listen to him teach jiu-jitsu, you're like, wait a minute, this guy's on a whole nother level. He's really, really looked at these techniques as almost like a philosophy professor. And philosophy is more than just about ideas. Philosophy is the precursor to physics and mathematics. People don't understand that. Philosophy has logic and stuff like that. And you look at the way Danaher breaks down techniques. Just that little short on the triangle,
right?
And the mechanics. Just that clip of him, schooling Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt under Eddie Bravo, and he got another. And John Jacques Machado gave him a black belt also. So in the gi. So Joe Rogan's a black belt, and the way he broke down the moves, it made Joe Rogan look like a little boy. You could tell that this guy has got a whole nother level of jiu-jitsu IQ going on.
Right.
And some people are just that kind of teacher. I always tell you there's jiu-jitsu competitors and there's teachers, and that there's an art. And see, the problem with jiu-jitsu is that we think that every good competitor is a good teacher, but no other sport does that. Football doesn't do it. Wrestling doesn't do it. Tennis doesn't do it. Chess doesn't do it.
When you say what do you mean?
What? Well, in jiu-jitsu, a guy gets a black belt, he wins a couple of medals, all of a sudden he's a qualified teacher. That's not that way in wrestling. It's not that way in basketball. It's not that way in even top chess players can beat their teachers on a game, but their teacher is able to transmit certain strategies and wisdom, and allow them. Now their teacher's a high proficient player. I'm not saying that it's just this white belt, but that particular black belt is an expert at teaching a methodology to lead this person to be a champion. It's just like Team Lloyd Irvin. I mean, Lloyd Irvin won a lot of championships, but Lloyd Irvin wasn't, 5-time Mundial champ, 40-time world champ, 50-time ADCC. But he's got a methodology and a training program to take someone from white belt to a black belt world champion. That kind of teaching and instruction and laboratory work is a special skill in and of itself, outside of just I can whoop everybody's ass on the mat.
Right.
And for some reason in jiu-jitsu, we're just now catching up to the rest of sports science and realizing there's teachers who specialize in teaching and there's competitors who specialize in competitors. You could have someone who's an idiot savant be the 10-time world jiu-jitsu champion. You could have that and not be able to teach his way out of a paper bag. And then you could have someone who's a brilliant teacher, but might lose to a purple belt roller.
Wow.
Depending on his. I mean, you could, especially a super duper purple belt. What's going to happen when Renzo Gracie turns 67? He's going to be able to whoop everybody's butt. No. Renzo probably.
Maybe.
But I mean, Hickson is obviously not in no kind of shape to. And Hickson is a whole nother controversy. Could Hickson theoretically take someone to world champion in terms of championship jiu-jitsu outside of his kids? We don't know yet. But obviously there are people in jiu-jitsu that are gifted at teaching and transmitting knowledge. And they're not necessarily focused on the competition scene, because I dare to say that to train someone to become a champion is a full-time job.
It is.
You can't. It's a full-time job to say, Yusef, I'm going to take you with all of your skills and your business. I'm going to make you a world champion. That takes a lot of skill and
patience and time, and you have to have a combination of teacher and student. That it doesn't matter whether it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it could be T.J. Dillashaw and who was his coach that took him to being a champion in the UFC MMA?
Dillashaw's camp.
His coach was a champion too, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not really sure.
Because if anybody who doesn't know, T.J. Dillashaw used to be a member.
Yeah. He was
of a world-class mixed martial arts stable named Team Alpha Male. Team Alpha Male hired a professional coach to come in and help them refine their technique because they were already all great fighters. And one of them was a former champion, and he was trying to lead his team into being all champions. And he recognized that as a coach, he may need help, even though he was a great champion. So who did he bring in? He brought in a man named Dwayne Ludwig, whose nickname was Bang. He was a world-class mixed martial artist in UFC and became an amazing coach afterwards. Well, while he was coaching the entire team, they unintentionally developed a stunning relationship between the coach and TJ Dillashaw. Well, a lot of people, and this is a lot of hearsay, the team saw that they were blending in a way that he wasn't with the other students, even though every single student improved their game when he began coaching them, but TJ just shot to an astronomical level. Social politics became involved, and TJ Dillashaw decided that when Dwayne left as coach, and they left, there was no trash talking. He said, I'm just going to go back to my gym. I'm probably not the best coach for them. TJ Dillashaw said, I'm going to go with him. And that caused a situation that ruffled a lot of feathers. People didn't like it. However, TJ Dillashaw became a world champion after working directly with that one coach who he met purely by happenstance and just melded. It was amazing.
Yeah, and I think some people just had that gift of coaching, and apparently, according to everyone, and from what we can see, the evidence is that John Danaher is just one of these gifted teachers, and so I think that with that kind of background and with those kind of teachers in the United States will catch up very quickly in terms of the skill and development. Plus, I think we do have I think we have better sports science methodologies over here in general than Brazil or perhaps some other places. But with the rise of the internet and globalization and people training all over the world and this globalization with training and travel, I mean, it's really just become irrelevant. I had this conversation with someone. I recently posted that. I said, is BJJ lineage important now with the rise of the internet, cross-training, and people sharing and feeding with each other? The old days of studying with one wise master and that master teaching you every day, I don't know if that's even valid today. I mean, guys are training all over the place.
And one of the things that we find at the United States that we do, unlike any other country, we don't have a problem with having a head coach that's good at one thing and mapping things out and then going to another team to learn something else.
No, you're right. So I don't know, but some people are old school, like, hey, my master can pretty much show me everything and teach me everything. And I think for a lot of people, that's the best way to go. But some people, they grow with the diverse talent and diverse approach to, different grappling methodologies. When I listen to Danaher, I look at someone that looks at grappling as a science, holistically. And he's not just looking at, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as just a single modality. He's looking at all grappling modes, and he seems to be fitting it into, into people he teaches. And from his videos and stuff, it's very impressive. I'm sure there's other people out there that are just as talented. As I say, not everyone is marketed as well. I mean, and then there's the whole Gracie crowd. The Gracies, right? And the Gracie crowd is saying that, look, the jiu-jitsu you guys are learning is not the jiu-jitsu that was taught. You guys are too fancy. You're too way ahead, and you really don't know how to do an armbar. Because if you really do know how to do an armbar, if you really had a guard, you wouldn't be able to do all this shit. So there's a whole other controversy with that in the whole invisible jiu-jitsu crew, who's saying that, look, these guys don't know how to do basic shit. That's why all this fancy shit is working. So when Rener Gracie fought Galvao in that Metamoris match, and even though point-wise Galvao dominated, the way that he was easily swept from upas and basic sweeps, and the way that Rener effortlessly escaped with basics made you pause and say, he has a point. If we aren't learning the fundamentals correctly, then the whole house of foundation is built on a false, pretense.
All the way.
And so that's what they've been arguing. They've been arguing that, look, y'all doing this side control totally wrong. So all these fancy escapes are working because this is not the way it should be done. This is not the way Hickson distributed weight. This is, and they call it the invisible jiu-jitsu. So you got that whole crowd. And Kron was the only one that we publicly saw execute basic moves on world-class people effortlessly. I mean, he would just tap guys, black belts, seconds. And he never used any fancy guards. He didn't use any fancy stuff. When he came against some like really, Marcelo Garcia and some of the really, really top guys, he had some trouble, as all black belts do. But for the most part, Crom was beating people with basic moves. And I have a very good friend. He's a Dave Kama Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Dave Kama was the first black belt under Hickson, and his name is Ryan Young. And he told me, Professor Ryan's, says that the basics are complicated. Basically, that we basically, he was showing me and demonstrating to me when I took some privates with him that the basics that you've learned are basically incorrect.
Wow.
And that's why people are able to do all this stuff. You're not really passing the guard. That's why people are able to do fancy, smashy guards. Because, looks like we got somebody joining us in. But, we kind of switched topics, but we always can jump back into the geopolitical realm.
Hello, Letitia.
She probably can hear you, but can't hear me. But as I was saying,
while we're waiting for her, let me check. Let me check all my technical things here to make sure she's.
But as I was saying, the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is, so he would argue that we aren't learning the basics, that we were. But I think that this whole Gordon Ryan, John Danaher situation is amazing because this kid is so young and he's come out boldly and brashly and said, "I'm the best in the world. I'm number one," and can't be beat. So whether you call it marketing or you want to call it arrogance or whatever you want to say, I don't think he can be stopped.
Wow.
Right now, he can't be stopped. So.
Well, and here's the thing about martial arts in general. There will always be someone who doesn't want to accept that things change and people change. And I'll tell you something that changed everything: the internet. The concept of being able to talk to someone in a different country through a video and learn something that he does that might be a small variant or detail and incorporate it in your home gym, and people look at you and have no idea what you just did.
Well, happening, at Cobra, one of the things that we saw at Cobra Kai, which was amazing, and I'm talking about the Cobra Kai, Mark Lehman, Sean Spangler, Jeff Glover, Cobra Kai stage. One of the amazing things about Cobra Kai was Mark had this uncanny ability to break down moves and give new insights. He just had a talent for it. And even though he wasn't at the top of his competition, he still was a heck of a competitor. Remember, he beat the Gracies. Mark had this uncanny ability to teach, and I think he knew how to make someone good. I think it came from his intense love of video games and him breaking. He was a good strategist. He understood. He was able to. He understood. His room was tough, and I don't know, man. He just had something that was different. And so when people came from other gyms to visit Cobra Kai, they were stunned at the level. They were like, "These guys are really good." And back during those days, I mean, you didn't realize how good you were until you actually left the academy and went somewhere else.
Correct. Then
you realize that, oh shit, I am getting better, because at the academy you was getting smashed every day. But I mean, I'll tell you what, that was like, I think Cobra Kai Jiu-Jitsu under Mark Lehman was the best Jiu-Jitsu time in terms of Jiu-Jitsu time that I've ever had. It has never been replicated, ever.
Well, anyway. you gotta have a great seed. Also, you have to remember, and if anyone watching this sends this to Mark Lehman, he's more than welcome to chat with me publicly or privately. Still love the guy, still give him a hug. Mark had a seed of bitterness inside him that made him want to not only destroy the people that didn't treat him fairly in jiu-jitsu, mainly the Gracies and the Brazilians, but to create an army of ruthless arm breakers and neck snappers that would go out there and say, "This is what happens when you don't treat me." It's like, I'm the kid who got beat up, picked on, wet the bed till I was 14. This is what happens when that guy doesn't break. You become this bodybuilding Brazilian jiu-jitsu player with a world-class industry behind you that's successful in 2 or 3 different business industries. But when I was a kid, I developed that seed of, you know what? I'm getting away from here and I'm going to be better than everybody else. Now, I left that when I was in my 20s because you can't run on hatred. I just got to the point, fuck them, keep going. But it really does change you on the inside.
Mark, I don't know. Mark was brilliant. I mean, Mark, besides his personal issues, Mark, his jiu-jitsu wise, oh man, that dude was that was a hell of a gem. And it was a hole in the wall in Vegas with some barbed wire and fax machine on the floor, and it was shower that was half open. You shower, you're basically taking a shower naked in front of everybody. I mean, it was that place was crazy good. And then when Jeff Glover came to the mix, I mean, it just got even, this guy was, Jeff Glover. Jeff Glover was the epitome of jiu-jitsu leverage and science beats strength. I mean, he was this skinny kid that just whooped everybody's ass continuously. Just everybody's ass. I mean, damn, that guy was so good. And, he became one of the instructors. And soon, the school was tremendous. I mean, it was, oh man, I can't even describe the Shark Tank that it was in there. It was a Shark Tank. I just wish I could go back in time and quit my job and just train full time. Because at Cobra Kai, that was a time you needed to train full time with Glover. With the laymen. I mean, because that was just that time. We didn't realize what we had. But I mean, yeah, those were the days, man. Those Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu days were ridiculous, man. I love that. So yeah, man, I appreciated Lillian's comments, man. I'm surprised she didn't get on and expound on the bully thing, but the whole Brazil situation, man, is, and you're there all the time,
right?
Brazil has got everything. I mean, Brazil's got talent. I mean, it's a talented country, and it's got natural resources. They've got universities. They've got some stuff going on. It's frustrating to see, them not the number one country in the hemisphere or number two, or it's frustrating to see that.
Well,
and I know every country has.
I'm going to start with this. And let me think before I open my mouth. Brazil is a country I'm learning about. I've lived here for 4 years. I am not fluent enough in Brazilian culture or language to be able to give you what I would say a definitive answer. What I will tell you is that every country has a unique set of problems. And with Brazil, the disadvantage they have in South America is they don't consider themselves Latin and they don't speak Spanish. So as far as being the leader of the continent, which they have the resources to, Brazil is one of those countries. If World War III hit and the rest of the world got cut off from the rest of the world, Brazil would survive just fine. They've got more than enough food, water, cattle, and people to produce anything they wanted if they had the correct organization. Now, one thing they do is that while every country has bribery and corruption, and I want to go up to something that Lillian left as a comment. Let me read her. She said, "I could be cliche and say that the corruption here is the biggest problem, but until we change our mentality of stray dog complex, we will continue being mediocre." Brazilians have what has been described to me as a dog without a home. They're not European. They're not Latin. They're South American, but they don't speak Spanish. So they're in this unique position. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm, I'm listening.
So they're in this unique position in the world that means they can create their own reality. However, their own reality, unfortunately, may only exist for them. And like Lillian left in the comments, yeah, she's right. The corruption here is very open. And I have a friend who worked for the United Nations who wrote a paper on corruption with a capital C, meaning not specific to one country. And the thing he really identified, he said, listen, once corruption is in a country, it's so difficult to get out without burning the entire house to the ground, because it infiltrates. When people think of corruption, we think of the politician who's getting an under the table envelope full of cash. But he says corruption affects the everyday person, because now that politician, in order to do his job of, let's say, protecting a local store owner from a street gang or unfairly being encroached upon by his neighbor, doesn't want to do his job unless he also gets a percentage from a guy who runs a street stall. It's one thing for a multimillionaire to give you a few $100,000 as a bribe, but when you have a guy who runs a corner store to feed his family, and you're telling him, I want 5% of your income for me to make sure the lawsuit that you placed against your neighbor, who's letting his, I don't know, his stock, his delivery trucks are delivering his goods, and it's taking up 50% of your backyard. So now you're losing money on that, and you're losing money on having to pay a corrupt politician, which, what do you do now? You increase the prices of your milk, your eggs, and your rice, because you've got to draw in enough money to, at the very least, pay off the politician to get him to do his job of telling your neighbor in court publicly that he can't have his delivery truck encroach on 50% of your backyard, because that's where you need to keep your milk, eggs, and rice to sell to people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and Yusef, you're there, you're Sao Paulo. So let me get into specific numbers. So for the average, so to put food, groceries on the table, by yourself, how many hires would you say a month is that?
Well, I posted in the comments. I actually posted my cost of living in Brazil, and I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of me as this 230-pound gringo who eats more in groceries than probably a small family of regular folks. But for me, I'll probably eat, let's say, $40 American in meat every month, about 50 American in fruits and vegetables. Snacks, let's say we go out and we want to have, a big family style fried fish, so everybody can take a piece of fish and eat it while we're all talking and having our Diet Cokes or whatever. That's going to give me another $50 a month. So for me to eat $200 a month is not uncommon, which here, that's obscene. That's obscene. To eat $200 a month in food is completely obscene. However, a portion of that is being allocated outside. A portion of that is being allocated to, you're paying more at a restaurant. Although I don't have any problem here at home, buying a pound or two of potatoes and cooking those with a freshly roasted chicken from across the street.
Look like somebody's joining us. So, and now that you're generating money in Brazilian currency, do you find, do you consider yourself middle class, working class, or just, there's no definition to it?
Well, now we're getting into another difficult issue of class, because class is it's hard to define. It's not a matter of me earning money in US dollars or Bitcoin or cryptocurrency or Brazilian real. The issue is that for the jobs that I do, I'm part of an educated class that allows me to earn more money per job than someone who doesn't, which is true in the United States and it's true in Brazil. There's just a reality to wherever you are in the world. If you have a couple of university degrees, you're just better off everywhere in the world. Now you combine that with lower cost of living, you're immediately middle class. Because even though, let's say as a person, my primary is I'm an editor, copy editor, proofreader. For me to be able to do that in America, I'm spending that money in America. But here, because I'm paying less for every chicken I eat, because I'm paying less for every unit of electricity in my apartment, I'm paying less for every Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class that I go to, I'm saving more. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, it's a textbook example of I think maybe your whole experience of how you expatriated to Brazil and set up a business is just, I mean, that's golden information.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's true anywhere. It's true in Brazil. It's true in Thailand. It's true in any place where you can have a first world income, but a developing, and consider what makes me middle class? I have an apartment 5 minutes away from the busiest downtown business district in Brazil.
Right.
And I can afford that because I'm making money doing something that my education allows me to. So you're getting into very tricky territory.
No, that's interesting. I mean, we've talked about the Brazilian cost of living and what it costs to live a life that's considered, well-to-do, or you're not worried about how you're going to pay rent or put food on the table. And we've also talked about the social conditions that Brazilians live in, and the extreme poverty.
Well, that's
no, not extreme poverty. The differences in what's the goal? Is the goal is to make everyone employed, or every country should live with the standard of living of Canada? I mean, I'm not sure what the end goal is here when I read all these economic indicators talking about, well, this country's broke and this country's rich, and we need to decrease the poverty rate. We need to not have a gulf of different class issues. We know class, and what's the goal? What's the end goal?
But the end goal, in my opinion, as someone who's lived in over 15 countries, the end goal for the globalism and everything else should be that even the lowest, least educated person does not want for food, water, basic utilities. I don't care if everyone has an Xbox. I don't care if everyone has a fancy computer. I do care that there are people in the world that don't know if they can feed themselves or their children tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I care that there are people who don't live in a place where they can just get some clean water and drink it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's a pretty low bar, but the way the nature of power and capitalism works, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, you and I, Dave, are at the top of the pyramid. We're Americans who can travel the world at our leisure. Now, for anybody listening, I ain't rich, Dave is not rich. I can safely testify to that. But we have enough behind us that will allow us to live a lifestyle that most Americans won't.
I mean, I mean, I'm in Detroit. Right now, I'm in Detroit right now. Detroit has I think they say 38% poverty. American standards. There's people here going hungry. There's people here going homeless. There's water not really good. There's the whole Flint town up the street. The water is bad. Now they say Detroit might have the same issue with the water. There's crime. There's serious abandonment, vast abandoned homes. So one of the things that's interesting about Detroit is unlike most cities in America, you can come and buy you a house in Detroit for $10,000-$15,000.
Yeah, but what kind of house is it?
Well, no, people are doing that. They're moving from New York primarily. They're coming here, and Detroit is going through this mass gentrification because the housing prices are so low and the bar of entry is so low, and people are relative to the rest of the country. And then there's places like LA where people can't, in LA and San Francisco, where people who are making $100,000 a year are living in their car. This is happening in San Francisco. People who cannot afford an apartment. They're living in their van.
Now, when we say people, are we talking about people with an education?
We're talking about people that make $100,000 a year that have a job making $100,000 a year. We're talking about software engineers. We're talking about computer people. We're talking about people with jobs, people that have education, people that have been trained. So sometimes, if you lived in New York City, your reality would be very different from Sao Paulo, Brazil, because the entry in New York is so high. Yet you can leave New York City and you can come to Sao Paulo, Brazil, and as soon as you get off that plane, you're in a different class.
Yes.
As soon as you get off the plane. So if you're a computer programmer in New York making $50,000,
right,
and living in Brooklyn in an apartment by yourself, you're broke. You're broke. You're living check to check.
But here's the thing: that computer programmer has got to be able to work off of his laptop. We got to be clear that the only reason these things are possible, for example, as a professional chef, which was one of my careers a long time ago, I was a professional chef. There's no way I could do the professional chef thing outside of America and still have that standard of living. Because now we're talking about, if we're talking about that class divide, we're talking about a class divide that means not only do you have to have an education, but if you don't have a technologically savvy education, one that you can do off of a computer, you're still stuck. Because I have friends who have careers that make a ton more money than I do, yet their standard of living is lower than mine because that career is tied to something that they can't simply do on a computer. I had a very successful career as a financial professional. Life insurance, disability insurance, mutual funds, you know, and it matters. It matters.
Yeah, and so you know, you took your knowledge and information and you flew to a different country and you basically took advantage of you're taking it, not taking advantage, but the cost of living is so much lower that, you know, it's got to be a better lifestyle there for you to do what you do versus the United States.
Yeah.
Where you would have to, you know, where am I going to get health care at? I can't even afford, you can't afford to walk into a doctor. Who's got $400 or $500 copay?
That's something I talked about in one of the groups that I'm in. You find so many American entrepreneurs outside of America because once you uncouple healthcare from having to work for a corporation, now you're free to actually start or fail your own business, but never worry about if grandma gets sick, if my wife falls and busts her leg, if my child comes up with a strange lump on their lung. You are 100% fucked. But what most Americans don't know is we're the only industrialized nation, first world nation, where there are people who you just don't get medicine if you can't afford it. And people ask me all the time, they're like, well, your country is the richest in the history almost. How is it there are some people who don't get money for medicine? And I said, well, that's just the way it's set up, intentionally so.
You know, my son had to get an MRI and I'm fully insured and the copay was $1,000. And they sent me a bill. They sent me a bill for another $400. I don't know what to say about healthcare in this country. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I have friends and relatives who actually skip out on heart medication and bronchitis medication because they can't afford it. They will take their chances. They will say, look, I will take my chance. My heart skipping a couple more weeks till I can get some change to go get this prescription because my health insurance company won't cover it or I don't have insurance. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I have no idea I don't even know the beginning of the solution of that or the start of that or anything.
It's this whole healthcare argument is something that, for example, in Brazil, I go to the doctor every 6 months for a checkup. And my friends say, oh, well, what's wrong? Do you have some sort of a recurring illness? And I say, no, I just go to get a checkup. And they're like, wait a minute, you can afford to get a basic checkup. I said, no, not a basic checkup. I can just get a full flashlight up my behind checkup every 6 months. And it's affordable by a regular working class person. That's unheard of in the United States. To simply know that, let's just say the worst happens and I do develop some sort of a crazy illness. I'll just catch it early and probably be able to beat it.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Where you're here and you can't get the basics. And I'm fully insured.
Well, here's the thing. The other issue, and this is not to get too deep into your business, you're fully insured, but do you really know what your copays cover? Do you really know the limits of your insurance? Because what a lot of companies will do is they'll say, hey, you've got $20,000 at your disposal if you get sick. Most people don't know if you find a lump somewhere or if there's a strange cough that you have with some rainbow colored phlegm, you're going to spend $5,000 just on an exam just to see what it is. They don't know that living in a hospital, if the hospital decides to put you in the hospital for a week, you could be paying $200 a night on top of medicine. There you go. Game over.
A lot of these policies have maximum limits. Like I think mine is $2 million. You know, after $2 million, that's it. You're done. And
is that a lifetime limit or one issue?
No, I think that's it.
And is that limit for your family or you individually?
Well, Well, I think that's for me individually. But I think if I got a catastrophic illness that required long-term treatment and it goes beyond $2 million, I'm done. That is a major Fortune 500 corporation.
Mm.
That is absolute nuts. You
Oh,
know,
by the way, that's just assuming they're being honest with you. If they decide that that illness, it's really not that bad, and you could do something other than the best treatment, you could get a different treatment it's kind of okay, but it's not the best. That's it. They'll just say, well, we don't want to cover that. You know, it's yeah, we could
no,
cover
brother,
that.
it's a mess. I mean, I have come to the realization that after, you know, someone I knew went through a healthcare crisis where they had to actually pay cash for everything.
Right.
They'll be better off literally flying to Brazil and paying cash.
Well, do you not understand that there are people who do that? They don't talk about it publicly.
Yeah, I mean, that's fascinating.
You know, nobody talks about it publicly. I have friends that have come to Brazil, and the first stop on the first Saturday is, we'll just go get a full checkup, because they're like, wait a minute, for like 50 or 70 American bucks, I can get a full checkup. I'll just go get a checkup here because it's cheaper. I can just do it. I just have the money to find out. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying to see that.
Yeah, I'm just, it's amazing to me. And it just goes to prove to you that, you know, our system of healthcare is the big, and I think expats realize that when they get outside that, hey, when they get outside the healthcare bubble conference, because one of the last things they tell you is that, well, you're not going to be able to get healthcare if you live overseas. And when I think that is solved, I think that's when people say, you know, okay, wait a minute, I can let it go now.
Well, that's the problem. No one. How few Americans ever get this information?
But they don't, and you know, especially if you talk about black folks, zero. They don't know anything. You go over there, you know, there's people, you know, I mean, there's Americans that move to Mexico and become permanent residents and live on the national Mexican health system.
Yep.
Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. You know, or they join some private company, or they go across the border to get treatment. I mean, if you go to the border in Mexico along any U.S. city, you go across there's a line of Americans in the pharmacy, and there's a line of Americans at the dentist, getting all kinds of work done because they can't afford it. They can't even afford the prescriptions. I mean, it's crazy. And I think once you begin beyond that, and you can let that go, then it's over. I mean, and so when you look at everything you need, because I have people ask me, you know, all the time, even with girls, how can you live overseas all those years? How can he, you know? And I said, well, what is he missing? Friends, family. He can work out at the latest gym. He can go see the latest doctor. He can go see the latest movie. You know, people don't realize there's not anything that you're not missing in Sao Paulo. That you are in New York, Chicago, LA. You are in a world-class city. And you have everything that, you know, if you want to go see a top classical pianist, can you do that in Sao Paulo?
I mean, yeah, in Sao Paulo, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to go to a CrossFit gym, can you do that in Sao Paulo?
Absolutely.
If you want to go eat Italian food. Now, you might not be able to get soul food in Sao Paulo yet, but I'm sure there's a soul food restaurant somewhere in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're not missing anything, you know. And so, you know, people don't need to be amazed. They just need to understand that, you know, Yusef is not really missing anything. He's, you know, utilizing skills, and, you know, you're living in one of the major cities of the world.
Yep.
And you're living a life that you would live in Manhattan.
Yep.
And people don't realize, if you wanted to eat every night, eat at the finest restaurants and eat the finest steaks, you could do that. I mean, it's, you know, it's not like going somewhere and you're gonna, okay, there's not gonna be internet, there's not gonna be power 8 hours a day, there's not gonna be this, there's not gonna be that. You know, people, you know, don't understand that, and I think that's why people have a hard time grasping
it's
the
not
whole
an
idea
accident,
of expatism.
It's not an accident.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we are taught very specifically that the rest of the world doesn't exist, and those parts of the world that do exist are nothing as good as we have here. You should definitely not go. Don't look. It's not good. So when you see that, and you have the same television dedicated, we remember Capitalism works because you have a disproportionately large group of people that are have-nots who will never have anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, staying and being cogs in the wheel, and that's a terrible thing I'm saying, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying something that is hurtful. I am saying something that is genuinely painful to discuss. However, it's true. You know, and if this doesn't teach people that maybe there's something around the corner you haven't seen, but at the same time, let's go back to capitalism. If you're living paycheck to paycheck or less, if you're a government employee that had this great job with great benefits and everything else, but now all of a sudden you realize living check to check is the only thing that matters no matter how much your salary is, how much time can you devote to learning what's outside the world you live in?
Mm. Mm. That's deep, brother. I mean, that's deep. I mean, you know, but you know, when I was in Sao Paulo and you know I was visiting and I mean, I told everybody I had my Starbucks every day. I passed by Johnny Rockets. I got on the subway. I took Uber everywhere. Uber was so fascinatingly cheap. It just amazed me. I had SIE when I wanted. I trained jiu-jitsu. I walked in the neighborhood. I walked from where I was staying all the way to Guigo's, and that was a walk. I walked all in the neighborhood. It was just like being anywhere else, man. It was totally normal. People spoke when they're spoken to, and you know, nobody looked at me crazy. It was definitely a different experience. When I tell people that, you know, people say, "Hey, you walked in Sao Paulo?" I mean, oh my God, how could you? You know, I mean, you know, you walked in Central Park. How could you? You know, so
Exactly.
It definitely was an eye-opening experience, and I hope that you know, other people who've experienced living overseas can understand that once you can get beyond the propaganda, and I think it is propaganda, the propaganda that you cannot get other things anywhere else. I think at that point you can open up your eyes to actually living overseas. I see Natasha trying to still get in on the call.
I don't know what happened. Let me check with her.
But I guess
I'm here, but I have
don't.
an issue with my video.
Okay, well, we got your picture, and your picture's good enough. It's a very lovely picture. I don't know where it is, but I love the hair and the sunglasses. I mean, I don't know who you are. I'm David, and we join in.
Hey,
We can hear you.
I'm Letitia.
Hey.
Yeah, that hair is long gone.
I know you've got a camera. You were just here with me the other day. Click on camera. Let's see what's going on.
It says no camera found.
Really?
Okay, well, let's hear. You've heard us talk a little bit. I don't know what you heard us talking about, but we had started off with Trump, and then we were talking about global travel. Then we were talking about racial perceptions all over the world. And I mean, I've never met you. I know Yusef. You know her, right?
Yeah. Well.
So, of course. Where are you from, and what do you do? And join in. Go ahead.
So I'm from Chicago. I live in Mexico now.
Okay, what part of Mexico?
I'm in Playa del Carmen, which is
Playa del Carmen. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. You left Chicago. Are you living in Mexico permanently or visiting? Or are you consider yourself expat? Are you immigrating to Mexico? What's going on?
So I've been here about 8 or 9 months right now.
Wow. And are you going back? I shouldn't ask that, but
that's not the plan. I mean, you know, I'll go back to fly out.
Right. Well, you know, I'm in Detroit right now. I've lived overseas. I've lived in a couple places. I'm back in the States. I'm in Detroit right now, so I'm kind of familiar with things that happen in Chicago. But one of the things we talked about is, and I want you to tell me right now at this particular point in time, based on your experience, how does America look in Mexico? Do we look like the place where you can fulfill your dreams, or are we looking like a big bully? What's your take?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think, you know, like most things, there's a light side, you know, and there's a shadow side. You know, nobody really around the world nobody around the world likes Trump. So there's that. I think everyone around the world sees what's happening with the furloughed employees and, you know, the president throwing a tantrum and, you know, the how he's not respected. But at the same time, you know, when you're in some place like Mexico where the exchange rate is 18 to 1, and the average minimum wage worker makes about $5 a day, it's still the American dream is still there. You know,
and so do you feel? Let me ask you this: do you feel so as an American and as a Black American? Do you feel any way guilty that you're taking advantage of your Americanness in living in Mexico?
No. But I'll say this, I think the biggest reason that I don't feel guilty now is because this isn't my first rodeo, right? This is the second time that I've attempted to leave the country for an extended amount of time. The first time was about 5 years ago, and I went to Belize. And at that time, you know, I was extremely, how do I say, anti-America. You know, I belong to
I still love America.
Well, you know, that was 5 years ago. There's this thing called.
Oh, wait a minute. You were about to drop something. You went. I'm fascinated. You went to Belize, and so go into this Belize thing if you can.
I mean, my whole journey was around trying to leave the country.
So were you living on your own? Were you part of a group? I mean, how?
I was actually ended up leaving because I didn't feel like, you know, in my youth at that time, I didn't feel like they were moving fast enough. So I felt like I could do more on my own.
Belize is the hot spot for Black American expats. Is Belize?
Yeah, I'm not really, you know. I think it's all a personal journey. And what I found, you know, I feel like, you know, being in Belize in particular, connecting with members of the community, building relationships, what I found was that I believe that we all choose our destiny. And we choose before we come to Earth. This is what I believe, that before we come here, we choose our families, we choose everything about us in order to remind ourselves like what we're here to do.
So are we getting into predeterminism, that we really are just reading words that were in a book written before we got here? Because
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that I chose where I was born. Is where I was going with it. You're going down another road.
Well, no, let me tell you Dave, hold on 1 second. Let me tell you the rabbit hole I'm going down so that we're all clear, and I don't want to be misunderstood, and I don't want to misunderstand you. The rabbit hole I'm going down is that we can choose to be born into good situations or not, or is that dependent on, or what factors did that depend on? Because when I hear that about predeterminism, it makes it hard for me when I know people who were born in situations that no one would choose to. So
this is my personal belief. You can believe whatever you like. This is what I believe for Letitia. So I'm not saying that my belief applies to everyone. I'm not saying that it works for everyone. I'm saying this is what I believe, and this is what I came up with.
Well, you know, let me chime in on that, on kind of what Letitia says, because if you look at it you have to look at it on a larger scale, Yusef. You know, our where we are today are based on decisions of people that they have made for years. So we are the result of decisions, good, bad, indifferent, whatever you feel about it, just to be neutral about it. For some reason, somebody made the decision to leave Alabama and come to Detroit. For some reason, somebody made the decision for my father to marry my mother.
I agree.
The grandmother go back on and on.
And after we were born, no one chose to be born into antebellum South. No one chose to be born into North Korea. No one chose to be born into a favela in Brazil.
Listen, it's relative, because if you were not born, if Grandma and Grandpa YusefWateef was not born in the antebellum South, you may not have ended up in New York and therefore ended up in Sao Paulo. So in a metaphysical way, you may have chosen your destiny this way, to come through this particular vehicle. That's all I'm saying. You got to open up your eye. You got to open up your mind to the idea of it. You get into paradoxes and metaphysics and all that. But you can say that, Yusef, you know, your destiny was written for you to be in Sao Paulo, Brazil, based on maybe or maybe not some relative being born in antebellum South, which came on a slave ship somewhere. So if you
I'm
look at
still
the big
stuck
picture,
on the word choice. I understand that my ability to be here is based on decisions that people who came before me made, but I'm having a hard time understanding that before any of them were born, they chose to be born into what is arguably some of the worst conditions that the
when
world
you
has
get
ever
into
seen.
well, if you get into different dimensions and time and stuff, it gets really complex. Because now people say time is circular, it's not linear, it gets all into. I've explored some of this stuff and I find it fascinating. It's a whole nother topic for another time. But and so I can't take what Natasha says and throw it out there. I used to throw it out there, but when people say stuff like that, I sit back and I started thinking and I started, doing some outside research, and I was like, that stuff gets so deep, it'll blow your mind. But what I want to ask Natasha is that this is what I got to ask you, because what is your response when people in Mexico ask, why are you living here? What do you say?
Nobody asked me that.
Really? Wow. Okay.
No, because I think the number one reason, I'm from Chicago. So, the obvious reason is the weather.
Okay.
Right.
That's that's the obvious reason. I guess the less obvious reason is, when we talk about cost of living, typically we limit it to the price, like the financial, but we don't look at the commute to work and how stressed we are going to and coming from. We don't count how depressed we become on Sunday, knowing that we have to go to work on Monday. We don't count hating the drive to work, hating being at work, hating coming home from work. And so literally hating our lives for 12 to 14 hours a day. All right. So all of that, increases the stress. That's why we emotionally eat. That's why we have highest rates of obesity and diabetes. So all these health issues that disproportionately affect Black people, we don't really count that when we take into account the quote unquote cost of living. And so when you come to a place like Mexico, like Playa del Carmen, none of that stuff exists. I walk everywhere. There's no Whole Foods because all the foods are whole. It's just the quality. It's a higher quality of life.
I give people the same chat about what it's like living in Brazil. You've seen on Instagram when I'll post, this is me at the market. People say, wow, you're so healthy and strong. I wish I could tell you just because I go to the gym. It's when I want a piece of chicken, I'm going to get a chicken that was alive a few days ago. When I go to the market, I'm buying bags. I mean, I'm spending $20 and I'm getting bags of fruits and vegetables I can't even name. Half the time, I don't even know how to prepare them the right way. I got to go to YouTube. But I'm eating giant meals full of rice, fish, vegetables, and meat, and I'm just not getting fat.
Yeah, it's real food. That, is what we ate. It's what our grandparents ate. It's what, actually, I know I grew up eating real food. But, because we didn't eat a lot of meat. I remember not eating a lot of meat growing up. But as I got older, that became kind of the focus of our meals, right? It's all centered around meat. I think when I was younger, we didn't eat a lot of meat because it was expensive. But because more in America, more people wanted to eat more meat. So the factories, because it's a corporate run society and people can make money in, the ways are endless. You had the food industry find ways to get quicker and bigger pieces of meat that have lower amounts of nutrition. So, it's supply and demand. Demand goes up, let's increase the supply. So, it's just a different life. It's just a whole nother life that, for most people,
I'm not in disagreement. I mean, it's well, what fascinates me, Letitia, when I meet people like yourself, what was that first, you said Belize, what was that first drive when you said, I want to live outside the country. I don't want to live inside the borders of the United States? Because you could have said, look, I'm going to live in Montana. I'm going to live in the woods somewhere.
In all those places. Ironically, I've lived in Idaho. I've lived in California. I've lived in Pennsylvania, Kansas, Maryland, Indiana, Illinois. I've lived all over the U.S. But I think what shifted it for me was my college roommate got married, and she was Nigerian. And she invited me to her wedding in Nigeria in the dead of winter in 2008. And that was my first time leaving the country about 10 years ago. And when I realized a couple of things. Number one, somebody called me white. And I'm like, I'm African centered. I got locks. Like, I'm all about the people. Like, how am I white? And when I recognized that I was white, not because of the color of my skin, but because where I was from, or at least that's how I was looked at, it kind of sparked something in me. But number two, when I realized that, I'm actually in Africa, and it doesn't look anything like what we see on TV. Right. My girlfriend, we were both broke college students, but in her country, her father's a chief. So when I got to Nigeria, we had drivers, guest houses. She had a house girl, like a life that I had never seen outside of, coming to America, which was kind of a parody that I never experienced, had never even imagined. And I think from that was really the point where I said, okay, I need to see the world. Like, the world is bigger than America. And I want to go see it.
I mean, Natasha, that's deep. I mean, the fact that you went to Nigeria, and I've been to Nigeria. Nigeria is a fascinating place. I've been to Ghana and Nigeria, because Nigeria gets a bad rap, really bad rap. And at that young age, you went there and you saw that, hey, what I saw on television wasn't necessarily what is going on. And it took a big leap of faith to travel like that. Then you're going to Belize, and now you're living in Mexico. And of course, all the media just paints Mexico as one big glob of people trying to work up here and mow grass, which is not true. But that's what the media paints it as. Mexico is just the destitute people, and they all need to come up here and go to work. And I've been to Mexico several times, and Mexico is as vast as the United States. Depends on where you go in Mexico. Right. Absolutely. Mexico City is totally different from Veracruz, which is totally different from Acapulco. Totally different places. So the next question people are going to ask, this is what Black folks are going to ask you, and they ask you all the time. They're going to ask you the $64,000 question. How is it being Black in Mexico? Now, I just want you to answer that for everybody else, because that's the question I know Yusef gets. Yeah, that's the question I've gotten, and now we're throwing it on you. Everybody got to go through the initiation. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate. So how can you go to Mexico and you walk down the street and people want to look at you and touch your hair, and they know you speak Spanish with an accent, and blah 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 blah.
I had them issues in Boise, Idaho. I haven't had those issues in Mexico.
Oh, whoa, wow. Really? Yeah. In Boise, Idaho in the year 2000 something? 1990? Yeah. Really?
White folks will reach out and try to touch you. Yes.
Why? They see us on television all the time. That's crazy.
Wow.
I don't know if that's sarcasm or not, but
no, I'm just saying. I mean, come on now. You see Black people in America all over the place.
Not necessarily. So one thing that we have
you really don't think so?
You're from Detroit. I'm from Chicago, right? And I've lived in all these places. And
I've lived in Washington State, and I see Black folks.
You see Black folks, right? You see Black folks. But I've met people in the past. Well, the last person I met who openly said it to me was 2007. Who told me she had never seen a Black person before.
There are parts of America that are like that. People don't realize it.
Yeah. In the urban cities, when you're from someplace urban, right, that's where all the Black, for the most part, unless you're in the South, right? But Montana, Wyoming, and even in the rural areas, right? Because most Black people live in urban America. We don't live in farm towns as much. Iowa, parts of Iowa.
Almost all the Black people in America are in a few cities.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what? I know what y'all saying is true, but I just have, I cringe when I hear that, because Because that says that we live. That's saying that we live in a marginalized, existent, a separate sub-existence that's not like everyone else. That's what it's saying.
We do.
We're all in urban cities. We're all jammed in Chicago. We're all jammed in Detroit. A friend of mine said to me, and I don't think he was joking. He said, "Yeah, the reason that Spirit Airlines is so successful is they do all the black routes." And I said, "What do you mean the black routes?" Las Vegas to Detroit, Detroit to Chicago, Chicago to LA. Because all black people do is go travel to see their relatives. So, we only travel from one black city to another black part because that's where we have relatives. And basically they're saying that we're not traveling for leisure, for pleasure, for exploration. And I mean, come on now. I got to play the opposite side. It's the year 2019. And you telling me that black folks are still stuck in certain pockets of America, and that's it? We in Atlanta and outside the borders of Atlanta, we ain't found?
Here's what's interesting about that, right? It's not just black people. I told you the only reason I ever left the country was because someone I knew invited me.
Mm-hmm.
That's not just black people. When
so Americans don't travel, period.
When you leave America, outside of America and Europe, most people are not going a place where they don't have family.
Right.
Most of the world is family oriented. So when people look at me, it's not that I'm black. What are you doing here? It's you're a single woman with no family. Why are you traveling by yourself?
Now, but the
world has a perception of family. The rest of the world, right? And that's just community oriented. And we just have to acknowledge, even the parts that we don't really like, is that we are an individualistic society. But it takes those individuals. It takes me coming to Mexico, going to Thailand to take pictures and magnets back to my mother who doesn't have a passport so that she can now see the world. So that's not a negative, in my opinion. It's not a negative thing.
It makes me cringe because on the one hand, I have this tug of war. On one hand, I want to believe, and I guess I don't know. I don't know what to say.
What do you want to know? What do you want to believe?
On the one hand, I want to believe that I can do anything that I want to do and that the opportunities are limitless and that institutionalized racism is gone and blah, 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 blah. I want to believe that.
What does you having the ability to do whatever you want?
No, when I say that,
what does that? Those sound like two opposite things. Institutionalized racism is gone, and I have the ability to do whatever I want. Those are not. Institutionalized racism does not have to cease to exist in order for you to do whatever you want. Racism can still exist, and you can still do whatever the hell you want to do.
Right. Let me rephrase that. I want to believe that institutionalized racism is gone. Let me take the individual out. And that opportunity is available for everyone in the year 2019. That's what I want to believe.
Everybody who wants it.
The reality is that when I step outside here in Detroit, I realize that people didn't get here in a vacuum. And that there's a reason why it's so segregated here. And when I go through the history, I realize that institutional structures set that up. Now, like Yusef, I was blessed with parents who thought outside the box. And I began traveling very early. It started in the military. It ain't never stopped. Every job I've had has taken me around the world and travel. And so my perspective is different. And one thing I do realize, and Natasha, you did bring this up. In my travels, I very rarely saw single Black American women traveling alone. I never saw that. I haven't seen that very much. In the places I'm traveling, I'm talking about South America, Europe.
Now that's interesting because are you talking about recently? Are you talking about contemporary?
I consider my lifetime contemporary, yes.
Well, I've seen a disproportionately high number of Black women travelers solo. I see
Now,
more
in Brazil. Okay,
in the world.
No, man, no.
Well, what years? Because you say contemporary. What years can we get a range?
Let's go past 10 years.
Maybe Yusef. I think it's a recent. I'm with Natasha. I think it's a recent phenomenon.
Well, I'm not gonna say. Well, okay. So here's the thing, right? Because of the internet and social media, I think and that's within what, the last 13 years. But I really feel like the last 5 or 6, maybe 5 to 7, the numbers have drastically increased because of social media influencers. We now have access to people who are going places and now are reporting back and saying, hey, this place is safe.
You know,
hey, I've been to Bali. Hey, I've been to Chiang Mai. Hey, I'm in Medellin. Hey, I'm in Sao Paulo. Like, I'm here, I'm living. Ain't nobody trying to kill me. Like, it's good. You can come here too. And so I think, and like, there's groups like No Madness and Sisters Traveling Solo that have, 15,000 women. There's bloggers, there's Instagrammers. Now, when we are able to talk to those people, we find out, oh, my grandmother traveled. My parents did this. Like, but we're now able to connect with people who have stories that we would have never known of otherwise, because we are, in my opinion, we are an oral people, right? We share our stories person to person. So if I'm not if I don't know you face to face, you won't know that I've traveled the world. Social media has kind of shifted that, because and not just social media, but the internet, the ease now of, you can self-publish a book, right? You can tell your story. You can build a YouTube. You can have a TV show like Issa Rae on YouTube. Like, all of these things are making it so that where there used to be gatekeepers that prevented you from sharing your stuff with the world, those things are ceasing to exist. You can go viral, like all kinds of stuff.
I never saw in the 90s and the early 2000s, I never saw a single Black woman traveling by themselves in none of those countries I visited, not one time. Maybe my circle was, but I mean, not like now. I mean, like when I was in Sao Paulo, I mean, there were lots of single, I mean, you had a plethora of friends that were single that were traveling by themselves, setting up shop. Yeah. But you're saying in the 90s and in the double zeros, that was happening to you.
And I agree with Natisha. It may simply be the internet did for Black women what it does for every group. It shows you you're not alone. I take it all the way back to when I was a kid, because I'm Generation X, which is arguably one of the most advantaged generations, because I learned all my hard skills without the internet. But then when the internet came, I was able to magnify my hard skills and make an extraordinarily large presence, because I didn't grow up with the technology. I embraced it after I had already built my empire. But when you learn, for example, as a kid, I was the lone nerd. Now, when I see someone wearing a icon, which is a niche Black superhero t-shirt, there was a time when I could just start talking about comic books. But now, because being a nerd has become such a big deal, you see people wearing t-shirts of superheroes they know nothing about. It's like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. We remember, Dave, you and I remember a time when if you saw a man wearing a shirt with the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Academy, you didn't even have to say hello. You could just start talking about Deep Half Guard.
Right, we were instant brothers.
Now, I see people wearing a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu shirt, and I'll say, where do you roll? And they'll be like, what are you talking about? And that's a good thing, because it brings it to everyone, but it did the same thing for Black women. It used to be only a niche group of Black women got to travel, but now I see Black women doing what women have always done for their own safety, saying, I'm going to this city. How many other single women are there that can show me safe places to go, safe places to eat? Where will I
will say this, and I know I'm going to get a lot of probably bad reactions from this, but I do enjoy the YouTube channels from Black women more so than the quote unquote brothers, because I mean the brothers' YouTube channels are kind of shallow. I mean, how can I meet some women? Where can I go party at? And not saying that women don't do the same thing, whereas the sisters, they are definitely talking about more diverse topics, food, arts, culture. And I don't know if that's just a man thing, but I do get kind of tired of the stereotype of the Black male brute who's traveling all over the world, to meet him some girls, and that's it. And the reason I say that is because that's I get that question, Natisha, when I travel somewhere, is why are you here? You must be here to meet some girl. Why are you trying to learn the language? You know, I'm a polyglot. You know, if I want to learn Hangul, which is Korean language, if I want to learn Japanese, if I want to learn a language, the first question I get is, oh, you must be trying to get a girlfriend in that particular country. And I'm like, no, I'm just a nerd for language. Why can't I just be a nerd for languages?
Well, let me tell you my answer. Maybe you're a little nicer than I am, but I quickly remind them, I have girlfriends in every country I go to. Finding a woman, you know, is never going to be dependent. I'm amazing. I don't need to speak a specific language to get in with it. Women look at me and say, that's the kind of man I want to open my heart.
You say you use a sign language.
You know, so please don't limit me to, oh, you must well. I learn a language because I like to
using flashcards. You using math flashcards.
What if their assumption about you actually has absolutely nothing to do with you? What if the last 5 people, the last 5 men that they saw were trying to get women, and they just assume you're the 6th?
That's true.
My answer to that is fuck them. I refuse to be convicted for another man's crime. If you're not smart enough, let me answer. If you're not smart enough to judge a man individually on his behaviors, I'm glad that I filter you out of my social circle anyway.
Okay, I mean, that's one way of approaching it for sure. I mean, you can call it smart. I just call it a time saver. We have stereotypes because it saves time. If I look at a person who dresses a certain way, I automatically categorize them in my mind so that I know how to work with them. But I'm also now, me, Natisha, right, individual, I'm now in a place where I'm able to recognize what my biases are. Like, I know what my biases are. And so I consciously make an effort to, but I also have the time to, right? You said this is something you and I have talked about a lot. You and I now have the luxury of time.
Right.
Most people don't have the luxury of time to try to figure out whether or not you fit into the category of all the people who look like you or not.
Well, Natisha, can you really expand on that? Because you're right. I'd like for you to give them a condensed version of what we talk about when you and I have our discussions on the luxury of time.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is living in another country allows you more time than what you used to have. Like I said, being in America, you know, I spent 12 to 14 hours a day either on my way to work, at work, avoiding work, or leaving work.
Wow.
And so now I'm in a place.
That's horrible.
I mean, I don't call it horrible. It's just the nature of, it's the culture.
Right.
It is literally the culture. Now I live in another culture where that's not the case. When people go to work, they leave their work at work. As a matter of fact, they take breaks a lot. Even when you're at work, most of the time you're not really at work. Like, people work hard, but they work hard in spurts. Right? That's the culture. In America, you know, there's a whole system and strategy and technique called Pomodoro. You know, that people are making money off of. But here, that's just the way it is. You work for 20, 25, 30 minutes, you take a break. All right, get back to work. Whereas in America, we have to be told to do that. I just watched Eat, Pray, Love again. And sure, it was a white woman. But everything that she was talking about was very specific to America, where she was a New Yorker, and she went to Italy and she felt guilty about not all she was doing was eating. And that is the exact experience I had in Mexico. Was I'm not busting my ass. I'm not working hard. I'm not, which is funny because Farrah Gray wrote a book. And one of the things he talked about was like the work hard lie. This lie that we've convinced that worked in America, but won't work if you want to go anywhere beyond what you've been told.
What do you mean to work hard?
Off base. I don't went off on a whole tangent.
No, that's cool. What is the work hard lie?
Break this down. That work hard lie. I'm interested in this.
Basically, that in order for you to be successful, you need to work hard. And if
Okay, so break down the fallacy of that. That's good. I want to hear this.
When you look at it in terms of people who are work from sun to sundown.
Hold on, Dave, are you having a hard time hearing her? Dave, are you having a hard time hearing her? And I think Dave walked away too. Natisha, we're having a bit of a hard time hearing you. You started to fade. Yeah, and I've got people messaging me, Natisha, saying they can't hear you at all.
I don't know.
Dave, can you hear Natisha?
Natisha, say something.
Something.
There, okay.
I can hear it. Yeah, she's good.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so most entrepreneurs, especially, you know, in our, I'll say our community, right? But even just our culture, there's this belief that in order for me to be hugely successful, and we usually, without even thinking about it, we parallel success, like what it takes to be successful, with slavery, without even thinking about it. Mm-hmm. It's not a conscious decision. It's just simply a decision. It's subconscious. This idea of working from sun up to sundown, literally, that I need to hustle, that I need to do everything by myself, that nobody else can has the skill set, nobody else can do what I can do, right? Whereas when you really look at, and I guess it depends, ultimately it depends on how you define success. The easiest way to define success is financial. But when you look at finance, let's just say I've got a list of millionaires on my wall, right? Black millionaires. Mm-hmm. Not a single one really has been made their success by them doing all of the work.
Well, can I? Is it okay
employees,
if I come in for a quick second?
Sure, by all means.
Let's not conflate hard work then with hard work now. We tend to only see tips of icebergs. When you see people, for example, I have a dear relative who accused me of not working very hard in life. And I said, you know, if I were you, I would completely believe that right now, because what no one sees is the youth when you're grinding. You know, I did all my hard work. By the time I was in my mid-20s, I made the decision that I was going to use the hard work I did to finance my future. You know, the hard work has to be done at some point. There really is a direct correlation between success and the hard work you did. The trick is, if you do it young enough so that people really don't even have to see you doing it, everybody looks at you and says, well, you don't work hard. Well, actually, yeah, I do work hard. It's just I did all that hard work when I was very, very, very young. Mm-hmm. So by the time I was 30-something, you're right. I wasn't working hard. I was lifting weights, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you know, deciding I wanted to become an editor and trying that as a business. But I disagree. The hard work is not a fallacy. The trick is you don't want to be the guy working hard at 40. You want to be the guy who did all his hard, and this is a privilege of education. If you did all your hard work in college and spending those late nights up, you know, I had to work my way, and this is not an ugly dog contest, but I know what it's like to go to class from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., have one job as a chef from 2 or 3 in the afternoon until 10, and then work as a bouncer from 10 until 2 in the morning, and do that for years at a time. But by the time I was at the end of that grind, I was still young enough to make the rest of my life a lot smoother.
Okay. And I'm not arguing with your experience. I think your experience is valid. I'm just telling you what happens in the book and what I've noticed in my life.
No, I fair agree. You know, I'm gonna go back. What was
you can read it. It's let me pull it up. It's by Farrah.
Yeah, I know Farrah.
Hold on, let me find it. Get Real, Get Rich. And there's actually, so here's the thing, it's the same book, but it has two titles. He's published it twice. The Truth Shall Make You Rich. Just the same book.
Okay, I got to get that because I want to read that chapter and study it because work hard, work smart, work more efficient. Those are topics because you're right about time. I mean, time right now, and we and Yusef have talked about this right now. With me personally, my time is tied to time and pay, time and salary, time and earnings are tied together. And I think that when people can break that relationship, you work this amount of time, you make X amount of dollars, or you get X amount of things, or whatever. When you break that relationship, I think that's what people consider, at least in my circles. I think people consider that success when your time is not tied to pay.
Right.
And so in America, we're taught that, okay, to make more money, you need to put in more time. And until all your time is eaten up and you don't have anything. And that's why you got multimillionaires who you see all the time. I gave up everything to go live on the beach. I gave up everything to go work as a waiter overseas somewhere.
And I think
what they don't tell you is when they gave up everything, the time that they had, they spent thinking, planning, tapping into their intuition, writing, all the things that actually makes it a lot easier for you to create. It's a lot harder to create when you just don't have the luxury of time. It's impossible. When you're focused on, okay, I need to go to work. Okay, I need to run this errand. I need to do this. Okay, I need to, like, you're always thinking about the very next immediate thing.
Right.
Wow.
Well, here's what I want to say to you, though. When we talk about people jumping off the cliff, I see that as I travel the world, I see two types of people. I see the few people who become, a word I'm not too intimate with, the influencers that say, I jumped on and I jumped off the cliff and I quit my job. Well, when I tell people that, I tell people all the time things to do before you leave. I tell them that most of the people who you look at as successful don't really tell you the whole truth. They don't tell you the smart people spent a year before they jumped off the ship hoarding money, shutting the fuck up, don't tell anybody your plan, having a little side hustle they've been practicing. I don't care if it's being an editor, a copy editor, a proofreader like me, or learning drop shipping, or spending 6 months taking every free online MOOC course you can, so that by the time I do leave, I'm going to be able to jump into a lower salary, higher cost of living in Brazil, Thailand, Belize.
That is what you broke down was a strategy, a blueprint for escaping the matrix.
Right.
And that's probably another. I mean, what she says about time and having time to think, those are like, I mean, you're living in a society where you're not waking up worried about going to work every day, and you're not waking up like always. I've got to always be doing something to pay some bill. You're in a whole different world. I mean, you're. Some people call it freedom.
But let me be clear, right? What Yusef just mentioned is not limited to your location. What it boils down to is who you are, the choices you make, right? Because I met a lawyer right here in Playa del Carmen, where everybody chill for the most part. There are people here who come here and they live the exact same lives that they lived in America. They don't leave the house. They work all day. They sun up from sundown. I work in a co-working space where there's a couple, literally. I get in about 10. I leave around 7 or 8, 9, sometimes 10 if I've been BSing all day. And they're there past me. So it's not about where you live. It's really about you. Once you realize that you are the matrix,
right?
You can decide to operate outside of it if you want. It has nothing to do with what's happening outside of you. It has everything to do with what's happening inside of you and what kind of person you decide that you want to become and how you want to live. You can live in America and not live in such a way that everybody else lives.
That's true. That is true. I think it's more difficult, but
it's a choice. Difficult is relative.
Mhm.
People thought it was difficult for me to, I went to school for accounting. I left my accounting job and went to live on a homestead, an 8-acre homestead. And people thought it was difficult. It wasn't difficult for me because that was the choice that I made. I actually wanted to learn how to grow food. Actually wanted to learn how to camp and fish and shoot. So it wasn't difficult for me because that's the choice that I made. Somebody else may say, oh, that's a sacrifice. I didn't feel like it was a sacrifice. This is actually what I wanted to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, some people sacrifice when they can't play their Xbox or have 400
but
stations.
I tend to not look at the world that way simply because I don't like personally. This is my own personal issue. I don't like the idea of quote unquote sacrifice. I'm going to make a choice. The choice that I want to make that's most in line with the life that I want. Period. I'm not sacrificing anything because the sacrifice for me sounds like, oh, I want both of these things. And it's like, actually, I don't want that. I don't want what that choice is going, the life that choice is going to give me.
Right.
I actually want this life. And this is the choice that's going to get me that life. So actually, I'm choosing for I'm playing chess, not checkers. So it's the long game. So that's why I guess, and ultimately it depends on what works for you, right? Yes. Some people can say, oh, I'm sacrificing, and it's fine for them. When I hear sacrifice, it like tears me up inside. It makes me feel like crap. It makes me feel like I don't have nothing. It makes me feel like that there's nothing available for me. So I just chose not to think in that way. So, but if it works for you, by all means, go for it. But you won't ever hear me say, I sacrificed. Nope. I made a choice. This is what I chose. This is what I want.
No, that's deep. That's very interesting perspective there.
What I love is that we all have different ways that we manage the hustle. That we manage to get where we want to go, and more importantly, that we're figuring out ways to go even farther. And that's the big deal. Us figuring out how is it that we can have everything that we want and still want more without it being insurmountable? Because, I would argue, especially for Natisha and I and some of the people that were on earlier, we have an amazing life. No matter how hard it gets, our difficult day is nothing compared to the difficult day we may have had in the past.
Seriously.
And that's the trick. That's that reality. And
these are great problems to have.
Exactly. It's a great problem to have. And who could predict it? We got somebody else that looks like they want to jump in with us, a friend who's been traveling.
Well, I need to run. It has been awesome. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm glad I got a chance to chat with y'all.
Okay.
Yes,
love you. We'll talk to you next week, right?
No, I'll be traveling next week.
Well, come anyway. The internet is an amazing thing, isn't it?
It is.
So come on down. Just hang out with us.
I will be on the plane, so probably not. And it'll be like a 12-hour time difference, so probably not.
All right. Love you, sister. I will talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Yusef, I think, that breakaway, people trying to break away from their current situation and that work till you drop lifestyle. A lot of people are going to watch this and they're going to be desirous to do, they're going to be like, man, I want to do that. I want to do something different. But, that first step is to break away from what you normally do. It's fearful. It's fearful. I mean, saying that I'm going to live in Brazil and not knowing I ain't got no job, I ain't got no health insurance, I ain't got no car, I don't know somebody. That is a bigger leap of faith than you pulling guard on DJ Jackson. So, I mean, that's a leap of faith. That's like beyond leap of faith. Like I'm gonna go out there and do this. And so people are fascinated by it. And what's interesting is that you have the same people, you know, but you've got it. But one thing about Yusef that you do really well is that you try to put everything what I call systems. You use a systems approach. You have a system. You have a rigorous system by which you go and do things. You always talk about processes and systems. It's not just happenstance. So you've repeated this formula in different countries.
Right.
So you have a system that works. The only difference is that you haven't patented and turned into a $99 course. There's other people that have systems.
Yeah.
And what I think, you know, kind of piggyback on what Tasha said is that once you realize that there's a system, there's a methodology to it, then your fear of who I'm gonna get a job at, who I'm gonna get around, or I ain't got no friends, that fear is going to go absolutely, you know, away. So I think that once you get that done, once you understand those systems, you know, I mean, you're good to go.
All right, we got one more person coming in. This is probably our last guest. What do you think about this format, Dave, of you and I giving a backdrop and having people drop in to bring different issues to us?
Oh, we should do this more often.
You know, and I've been telling you this for how long, and we've been bouncing around, and I want to make a quick comment. What do you think about this format versus your, and I'm not saying you should stop, but I know you're a very big Facebook person, but I know Facebook very specifically makes sure you can't do this. You can't have a bunch of people chatting. You have to use a lot of third-party software.
Well, you know, Google, I mean, that's one good thing about the Hanging is that you can do this. And yeah, I think it's a good deal. I think it'll lead to more, you know, as we get, you know, better with the topics, and I think it'll lead to more discussion. You know, one day I just want to have I'd like to have.
Uh-oh, what was that?
One time and just go at it. I mean, just talk all into it, and you know, let the chips fall for where they may. Man, I think that would be good, and I think just general format. You know, talking about, you know, what's going on in the world, and I think that's a good thing.
Uh-oh,
it'll be fine, man. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Hold on, you kind of went out there for a minute on me. Hold on, let me try to get back, because for some reason you.
Yeah, we're frozen. I can hear you, but I'm moving.
Okay. Excuse me.
There we go now.
There we go. Are we back on? Are we back? We're hot again. Let's see. And do we have our new friend? Has she jumped in yet? Hey, Letitia.
Hey.
Dave, do you know this crazy woman?
David! Oh my God! Hey, I haven't got to talk to either one of you guys in a long time. So, what's up?
Now, wait a minute. How did you two meet? How did or is that something we can discuss publicly? No, we should not talk about that, because I don't know. I'm okay,
No,
but I know other people have.
It was digital. It was digital. We met in a digital forum.
Okay.
I think it was one of the discussion groups on WhatsApp that we were on together. Hello, David.
Hey,
I haven't actually seen you. I'm good. I'm good.
There we go. So you said Letitia said something that triggered you.
It wasn't really triggering exactly. It was just because she was talking about making choices and living in the States. And I live in the States, and I kind of live the same lifestyle that you do. Only I live in a tiny house in the Smoky Mountains. I work online. I started my own business so that I could travel with my children.
Sounds like freedom.
And freedom. No, look, it's real. It's real. No, because Wateef and I kind of have been compatriots on this kind of journey together, because I actually was looking into doing virtual services and stuff at the beginning, because we met because of other things we were into, and he kind of mentored me and helped me get started. I was doing my own investigation and research on how to do a location independent something. And at the time I didn't really know what my niche was. But I do human resources. I run a virtual office from my home. So I'm a single mom now. I'm divorced. I have 2 kids, and I did not want to.
Is that not the? I mean, divorce is like the most popular thing right now. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, it's not really. It wasn't popular. It has nothing to do with that.
And I'm joking. But I'm joking because all my friends are divorced. I'm divorced. Everybody's divorced, and I was just making.
I really feel like it's more because people have so much more agency now than they used to. Like, people try to act like it's the breakdown of society, but I don't think it's that. I think previously, both women and men were pressured so much more by society to stay in situations that were not supportive of their growth, that were abusive, that were, they were put in that situation to marry a person because of outside pressure, because we have all these ideas, especially in America, I think, of, you're supposed to like go to high school and go to college, meet people, get married, have 2.5 children. Like, that's still an ideal that's really strongly identifiable for a lot of people. And so I kind of just think that people are realizing, like, okay, you don't necessarily have to get like some legal paperwork, or you don't have to stay in a situation that, in my case, it was an abusive situation just because you're married to the person. I did not want my 2 sons to see and think that that was a normal way and for relationships to happen. I think that's part of the reason why, people end up perpetuating things like situations that are not good or healthy for their families. And that's how men learn toxic behaviors, because they see it with their moms and sisters and cousins, and everybody thinks that's normal. You're just supposed to stick with somebody because you married them. That's ridiculous. So I didn't do that.
Well, I mean, there are 2 sides to everything. One of the things we also learn is that it's actually arguable. First, no one should stay in an abusive situation. However, we also have to understand one of the things that has happened is that there is so much more pressure to give up as opposed to try. I think people get in too early because they think they can get out early.
That's not why I got in, but
I think I don't mind anybody getting out. I just think people don't think before they get in. Now, I do believe that marriage should be something you can you should be able to just look at and say, okay, well, am I going to try to say, I don't know. I believe in like a 10-year contract.
Look, I waited a real long time before I got married.
10-year renewable with negotiations every 10 years? That's deep.
Look, people do. I mean, have you ever heard of hand fasting? That's already a thing people do. Some people, it's just not super popular.
What do you mean?
Break that down.
Hand fasting is actually a European tradition. And it also happens in some African cultures too, where you are basically married for a year and a day, or a specific time frame, to see if you and the person are compatible before you formalize your union.
Wow.
And it used to be, like, engagements, even culturally in the US, used to last longer than a couple months. It'd be a year, sometimes 2. So it's kind of the same thing, but people just don't do that anymore. People be running off to the courthouse for 5 minutes.
Letitia, let me ask you this question. So, do you think that you live in a tiny house, and
that was by choice,
right? And we were kind of talking about the rat race with Natasha, and I know she was saying, well, it's a choice you can make anywhere. You can do it in the United States.
Look, I was trying to boot my computer up to respond to that, and it took too long before.
And I was saying, I initially said that it's harder to do in the. I'm going to say this. I said it's harder to do it in the States because in order to escape the rat race, this is my personal opinion, and I want to hear diverse opinions and disagree. In order to escape the rat race, you have to do something outside the box to put yourself in a situation to escape the rat race. So you living in a tiny house is kind of like leaving.
Well, wait a minute.
No.
Tell us what a tiny house is.
First of all, I'm going to disagree with you on that point, because the thing, the tiny house was not.
It ain't got nothing to do with it.
It doesn't have tiny house doesn't have that. That has to do with me wanting to reduce my consumables, and also like, look, I got 2 children. I am not trying to clean a 1,600 square foot house every day.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
Because there's also this. For me, it was trying to figure out a balance between, you know, the time that I have, you know, because I like when she was talking about how you set up your work day. I work like hardcore work about 4 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
I also homeschool a 10-year-old who's advanced. My 10-year-old son is doing like high school physics and math and stuff. So I have to do that, plus my working, plus, you know, still do all the things as a mom and an adult that you have to do. And so the reduction of space for me was just a way to maximize my efficiency. You can do that in a small apartment.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, for me, it was just like I'm in control of this environment. But for me, the thing that makes the difference is having control over your schedule, which
I
a lot of
agree with you
people,
because I live in a tiny apartment.
Right. So like that's what I'm saying. Like that your space, that's a choice you can make. You can still do whatever in a bigger space. I mean, I could live in a bigger house if I wanted to, but my focus and value is not on having an excessive amount of space that I'm not even going to use and still have to clean. But for me, I think the difference is of taking yourself out of that rat race is the part that you have to be creative in is figuring out how you're going to facilitate your life, you know, like, you know, in whatever way that is. If you do work exchange for, you know, living somewhere for working on the property, if you create a job, so what I had to do to take myself out of it, especially as a single mom, and not have to worry about, you know, paying somebody else $15 an hour, 40 hours a week to watch my children so that I could go work someplace 40 hours a week. Does that make sense? Because then you're just running in a hamster wheel all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is to figure out how you generate your own income and what niche, what services you can provide so that you are in control of your daily schedule. I think that for me was the biggest part of being able to enjoy my life in a much more fulfilling way, was to be able to have that choice. Because a lot of people, especially, you know, women and single moms, like, you don't have a choice. Like, once you have kids, them are your kids. You got them.
Mm-hmm.
So you get stuck in this position if you're doing normal things of, like I said, paying daycare and having to run back and forth to a school and do all this stuff to make sure your kids are okay, because you don't have any backup. So what are you going to do? You're going to go to work. You're going to work 3 jobs just to make sure you can pay for daycare.
I think we got somebody else that joined us, using.
Somebody else is on the line.
Buenas noches.
Hello. Buenas
noches.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás?
Bien.
Vive en Ciudad de México ahora?
No, not anymore. I'm in Merida, which is on the beach now. See, yeah.
That's cool.
By the way, speaking of Mexico,
we can't hear you, Yusef.
Yeah, Yusef, say something, Yusef.
You're on mute.
You ain't got yourself.
He doesn't realize.
All right, there we go. I was saying what you don't catch is that we talked about polyglots earlier, because Dave is one of those people who secretly is fluent in several languages, and I have a few secret friends like him who can go into social situations and no one knows that they understand so many of the things going on around them.
Yeah.
I'm just a nerd.
I know how to say lots of small phrases in lots of languages, but I only speak English and Spanish. So, and you know, like Pig Latin.
Well, you know, there was
an African American vernacular.
Right.
Speaking of polyglot, there was this gentleman in the 80s. His name was Dr. York, and he created a language called Nuwabic. And it was a group. He had his own kind of what was his? There was a group. I forgot the name of the group, but Nubian Islamic Hebrews or whatever. But he created a language called. Don't laugh. He created a language called Nuwabic, and I actually got the textbooks of the language, and I think it's fascinating. You know, just like Kwanzaa with Dr. Maulana Karenga and Nuwabic. I think it's fascinating when people do things like creating language, because we always think that, oh, this happened in ancient times. You know, people are creating languages all the time. And he actually created a complete language. He took the Kufic script of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic, and he created a language. And there were literally thousands of Black Americans. I think they ended up moving to Eatonton, Georgia before the feds busted the group up. But there were literally thousands of Black children growing up with this indigenous created language called Nuwabic. It's fascinating because he took a little bit of Kufic script from Arabic. He took some Egyptian hieroglyphics and Hebrew, and he kind of mixed it up and made it 28 letters. It's a whole nerd thing, but it's
That
deep.
sounds really awesome.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, I've created several codes, but I've never talked to anyone.
yeah, and basically his argument is like, we don't want to know what white folks know what we're saying, so we just gonna create our own language. And you know, he got into the ancient Egyptian thing. But anyway, I didn't mean to digress. But so I mean, back to what you were saying. But you know, I know. Well, for some reason, it's easier to do what you're doing in your mindset. It just seems to be easier to do it overseas. It's something about the rat race inside the United States that is so dominant that it makes it much harder to, because when you go overseas, when you live in Mexico, when you live in Brazil, when you live in West Africa, the pace is so much different. The pace is, you're forced to get out of that mindset of, oh my God, I gotta work, I gotta,
I feel like that's true. I would say I agree with you on that, but I've also traveled extensively before I did this here, so it's not like I hadn't experienced living in another country to see what that's like. And I think, you know, just like travel changes your perspective. So if you've never experienced that, it would be difficult to recreate in the United States.
Right.
And I feel like if I hadn't traveled so much before, you know, I had my kids and before I did things, it would be difficult.
You know, the pull of Walmart is so strong, you know, that even when you want to get away, you find you're behind, end up in Walmart. I've had people move.
I hate Walmart here. I hate it. It's more expensive.
Wait a minute. You got Walmart in Mexico.
Yes, I hate it. It's more expensive here in Mexico than the Mexican store. So I do not use Walmart at all. I refuse to use Walmart. It's ridiculous.
Well,
yeah, I found the same thing when I was traveling, that Walmart was way more expensive. Like in Costa Rica and Central America.
In other countries,
you can go to anywhere and, you know, go to the markets and buy all kinds of stuff and buy fresh vegetables and everything. And then it's 3 times as expensive at the Hypermas or Walmart or whatever, just for a brand. Like, that's ridiculous.
Walmart. Oh my God. Walmart is a global superpower.
It is.
And that's why I like Mexico, because I can live like an American and I can live like a Mexican if I want to. I can pick or choose and integrate.
Yeah. Well, let me back up for a quick second, because I don't know if anybody remembers. You were on the other chat we had. Tell us your name, who you are, what got you where you are, blah blah blah.
Who are you speaking to?
So again, my name is Elise Robinson, and now I live in Merida, Mexico. I was in Mexico City for 2 years. So when you talk about the rat race, I'm like, I kind of disagree, because I lived in one of the largest cities in the world. Right. So it was a rat race all the time. But you know, since I didn't work a job in Mexico, I wasn't in it. But if I wanted to be, I definitely could be. What brought me to Mexico? My mother passed away in November 2016. I hopped a flight, and the rest is history. I didn't know anything about Mexico City. I was just like, well, Mexico City sounds nice, so that's where I'm going. And I fell in love with the place. So now I did 3 months in Guatemala to try to get my Spanish, because I didn't know Spanish at all in Mexico City, and I didn't need to. And then I moved to Merida to focus on my business and Spanish. So
wow. Yeah, CDMX is one of the biggest, baddest cities in the world, man.
I love it. I tell people all the time, Mexico City changed my life.
Wow.
And use the acronym CDMX, because Ciudad de Mexico.
Yeah, CDMX, DF, Mexico City, Ciudad de Mexico. It has 4 names.
Yeah. Wow. It's a big bad city. I mean,
that's
it's up
how
there
big
with
it is.
It's up there. It's up there with Sao Paulo. I mean, it's that big and bad. And
it's one of the. Well, I know Sao Paulo is one of the largest in the world. I think it's number 4.
Yeah, Mexico City's up there, and it's one of those cities where you can just get anything and everything you want.
Oh, you can get whatever you want. You can get anything. You know, it's the hub of Latin America, so everything happens in Mexico City, and that's another reason why I love it, because I don't have to go anywhere to experience anything. It comes to me.
It's only like a 2.5 hour flight from Dallas. It just blows me away.
Yeah, my family lives in Houston, so I go. I went back and forth often, so it's only an hour and a half.
You can commute.
Right. So
that's so wild.
Wow, that's just such a. The world is so small. If
it's
go ahead.
You know, it's you're talking about Mexico City, and we're talking about Sao Paulo and these other places, and it's a lot of it is like a lot of people are going to watch this, and a lot of people are going to watch this, and they're going to Google Mexico City. They're going to be like, they've never heard of it. People are going to be.
I had never heard of it. You hear Cancun, you hear Puerto Vallarta, you hear of Cabo. Right. I'm like, what is Mexico City? And I got there and it just blew my mind.
Yeah, what is it about the U.S.? I don't know if it's the media, if it's the U.S. marketing, if it's the propaganda, whatever you want to call it, that makes the rest of the world look so small and everything looks so big. It kind of blows me away. Because people have never heard of Sao Paulo. I have people say, what's Sao Paulo? Was that some town? Is it a sandwich? And I'm like, you never heard of Sao Paulo, Brazil?
Yusef put me on.
Huge.
So, I mean, here's the thing. We live in America, so the United States, and this is something we've said over and over, the United States makes sure, intentionally or unintentionally, that you really don't know that there's a rest of the world out there. You're very indoctrinated to believe there is no rest of the world, and any of it that you do see, it's not worth it. It's dangerous. You'll never want to be there.
Yeah.
And one of the things
I think that was the biggest thing to surmount, I think, when I first started traveling, was the fact that my entire family was just like, you don't want to leave the States, like blah, 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 like it's dangerous and everybody's going to kill you. And I was like, I really feel like that's inaccurate.
Where does that come from? Does that come from the news media here? Where does that come from?
I don't know where it comes from, but I lived on the border twice, and I had never stepped foot in Mexico one time. I lived in San Diego and Tucson, Arizona, and all I heard was, it's dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Do not go. Because, I want to go to Tijuana. Who ain't been to Tijuana? But I'd never been. So...
Yeah, I wonder where all that comes from, because, I mean, as soon as you touch down, like in a place like Mexico City, and you get on that amazing subway, or you get out that airport, the first thing that comes to your mind is that I am in a major place that don't play. These folks, and I know it's arrogant, I know it's ignorant, but when you first travel to a place like this, you're saying, oh, they got their stuff together. This is just, and then you begin questioning everything that you were taught. You were like, well, they taught me this, they taught me that, and then you begin questioning, and then it breaks up that whole mindset that the only place that you can go is New York, LA, Miami, Chicago, and some suburb somewhere to go to the mall. And really, what happened to me when I told you, when I started coming back to the States, I began to get negative feelings about home, because I began to look at this as one big Stepford Wives show, in the same that every city here is the same. Everything has malls, there's Walmarts everywhere, and all the houses look the same. I began to get an attitude like, wait a minute, have I been tricked?
Here's something we have to think about, though. There's a phenomenon that happens to people once they've lived outside of their home country for, let's say, more than 6 months, I'll say the arbitrary number, of expat depression. Because when you go home, and here's the trick, it's not just America. Going back to wherever you are means you're probably going back to being surrounded by people who have never left. They're not good or bad. They're simply people who are not going to have conversations that involve more than their immediate surroundings. The average American will die 50 miles away from where they were born. So when you're traveling, let's say you're traveling and you meet one guy from South Africa, you meet a girl from Nepal, you meet another dude from London, you got another buddy from Mexico City, another dude that was born in some far off country you can't even remember the name of. You're all going to have more in common than the cousin you grew up with, because you've all seen more than the world around you. And that's a terrifying prospect. Because you go back to the people who you love and you're saying, hey, what have you been doing? And they'll talk about the game that they watched Sunday, the big fight. And I'm not saying this to make light of it, Elise. I'm very serious. But when you're discussing, hey, I heard in this other country they have a mountain with these weird flowers at the top, and if you eat one, you gain the power of the Black Panther. It sounds like bullshit, and it is. But
I want to go to that mountain.
But actually, it's a cave. But the fact that you know it exists and that you might want to go see that mountain, whether or not the flower exists, is mind-blowing to someone who says, wait a minute, my definition of making it, and I made it in America. I had the big house with a swimming pool and hot tub and weekend parties. They haven't seen my place. But here's the trick. I had already traveled abroad. So when it was time for me to go, and I said, hey, I want to see the rest of the world again, I could just walk away from it. But most of my friends, they thought I was insane. You're walking away from a financially successful business, a big house, couple of cars. Why would you not want that?
Right.
Yeah, but you know what? It's funny, Yusef, but the big house, the couple of cars, the suburb, and every house on the block for miles in your neighborhood looked exactly the same. It was crazy. With a Walmart on some street and a bunch of hotels. I was like, this is this, and it's like that all of them. And then if I go from Dallas to
David. So I do want to stop you though, because there are lots of alternative communities in the States, but they're not popularized. Where I live looks like Hobbitown from the Lord of the Rings. My house is 5 different colors. I live in the Smoky Mountains in East Tennessee. You would never know.
Okay. Yeah. That's
so I mean, so there's 2 castles here. There's a couple of octagon houses, and there's alternative. It's an alternative community. So there's hippie folks. There's different kinds of spiritualists. There's me. And so I'm like, it's like kind of like there's a bunch of little enclaves of alternative spaces within the United States that mainstream folks just have no concept of. So people think, and it's not that I'm saying don't leave the country. I'm definitely saying travel, but I'm also saying that most people in the United States don't even know what's here. Just like you just said that most people don't even know what's here because they think, oh, well, everything's like this everywhere. But that's not even true. That's not even true about the United States. I mean, we have 55 full-time residents right now. And I believe there's a total of 176 acres just on this in this community. But I know of at least
Smoky Mountains. I'm thinking of Rambo.
I'm thinking like Hills Have Eyes.
That's not Hills Have Eyes in Nevada. That's a whole different. Those are different.
Man, the people I used to see when I used to live in Massachusetts, going up towards New Hampshire and Maine.
I mean, there's all kinds. There's all kinds of extra.
Let's not even get on Texas.
Look, I know Texas. I should go there for work sometimes.
Wow.
I mean, I still travel and stuff, but I'm just saying that as a caveat to that, the United States does have
this is places
more interesting things that people would even imagine, but it's because the mainstream that we're always shown is always the same things, the same marketing, it's the same branding style, it's the same, same font styles for everything. Like, so you only are gonna see what you're presented with, and I feel like that. Even within, I mean, because I travel around, I go to a lot of alternative places. I hang out with a lot of performers and artists and, just whoever shows up for the events that happen here locally. And I've gone to places in the United States that you would never, that you would think, oh, this is the same kind of culture that I felt like when I was in Europe or that I felt when I was in Southeast Asia. Because there's so many, just like, it's a melting pot, but it's mostly like a stew. There's chunks of cultural different things that happen in the United States and conglomerations of things and Creole type situations that happen in the United States that people don't think about because all we're shown is this one like globalized idea of society. And so that's I just wanted to make that comment when you were saying that because I understand where you are, but it's not like that everywhere.
No, it's not. It's not. But no, to speak on what you said, David, this last time I went home, I was talking to my father. That's when I came back from Guatemala, and I climbed a volcano, like a literally erupting volcano. Okay, and I'm trying to show my father. I'm trying to show my father these pictures and these videos and everything, and he's like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I'm just like, but I climbed a volcano. Like why wouldn't you want to look at this? And I just realized right then and there that I can't talk to him about nothing anymore.
Wow.
And it's hard. It's hard because neither one of you are wrong. Neither one of you are wrong.
No.
Right.
No, it's
I had that same experience.
You know, I just spent 3 months in one of the most beautiful places on earth. Like, Guatemala is beyond beautiful. And he didn't even want to talk to me about it. Didn't want to look at my pictures.
Well, that's because they love you. They just don't understand you.
Like, I remember when I was traveling the first time, and I called my parents the first time I went to New York. And that's like even in the United States. I stopped calling them to tell them where I was because my dad was like, I was like in Times Square, and I'm like, I don't know, I was like 20 or something. And I was like fascinated with everything. And I'm trying to take pictures and show them on my phone and tell my parents. And my dad goes, well, I guess you got to be somewhere.
Wow. But now here's a phenomenon I'm going to ask all of you about. And I have a suspicion, but I'm not sure. Are any of us normal for our families?
No.
Am I talking to it? Exactly. Now, here's the trick. None of us...
I was kicked out a long time ago.
None of us
started
being different. None of us started being different when we started traveling. None of us were the same when we were children.
No. Always extraordinary.
I was extra.
Extraordinary. Extraordinary.
You know, and that's the trick. It's like none of us have been normal at all forever.
All right.
At least I'm the oldest and not the middle child, though.
I'm the oldest too.
Wow.
All right. Well, I have super enjoyed this conversation. I know that it was really short for me to join, but there's a project that I was already working on when YusefWateef invited me to the conversation. It was nice to meet you, David and Elise. And hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Letitia, next week.
All right.
Bye.
Elise, do you still have a blog? You had a blog or something like that. It was fascinating. You used to do a lot of writing. You still do that?
Who, me?
Yeah, yes. I think she does.
Yeah, I do.
I added it to the description.
Yeah, I got to catch up because you used to write some stuff that was deep and funny.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I just posted on my Facebook today. It was a good one. Someone was talking about, you know, how we experience racism in the States, and then, you know, all this negative stuff in our ears, like you're saying about, oh, it's racist all over the world and everything, right? So the person's like, yo, but like if we go to Canada or Mexico or whatever country you decide to go to, let us at least get some free health care and, you know, better jobs and time off and maternity care and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that we don't even get in the United States, but we still getting fucked, you know?
Yeah, it's you know, me and Yusef have this discussion all the time. As we go through this reconstruction, I call it reconstruction.
Wow.
I know that y'all going to laugh, you know, but I begin to question my loyalty. Like, you know, why am I still not a total free agent? Why am I even thinking about being somehow loyal to this mistreatment? You know, it's like a bad marriage. It's like on and on and on. And not saying that people are living overseas for, you know, different reasons, you know, just to live overseas. But you know, I go to Canada frequently, and which is right down the street, and most Americans consider it safe because, oh, I know they got Walmart and Burger King. But I go there, and you know, last time I was there in Montreal or Toronto, Ontario. And, you know, I mean, the fact that somebody can, and I was talking to a friend of mine in Canada who he hurt himself in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and he had to get an MRI. And the first thing I had to ask him, I said, okay, how long are you going to have to wait? And he laughed. He said, I'm going to have to wait 8 hours. He said, I went down to the doctor. The doctor looked at it. He said, we're scheduling you for the night. Now, I had to get an MRI. Guess how long it took me?
A couple of days.
To make an appointment took forever. To see a specialist took a month.
Oh, yeah.
I got private insurance from a major Fortune 500 company. And then the copay was $800, $900.
Damn.
Just imagine if you didn't have insurance, how long you'd be waiting.
I'd be limping. There would be no. I'd have to go to the VA and I might not get it. So, and I was a veteran. I mean, if I wasn't a veteran, I just had to walk around with a crippled leg. I had a torn meniscus, but that's and those kind of harsh realities, are they make I know you can make the escape, you can do things differently, but those kind of harsh realities keep people in this bubble, and every day, you wake up, especially when you live abroad and you come back, and you live abroad and you come back. And it just leaves me, for me personally, when I come back, I'm like, why am I here again? What am I missing?
Exactly.
I made my mind up probably. I'm trying to figure out how many months in did I make my mind up. I want to say maybe 6 months. I was like, I ain't coming back.
Once you have mama's home cooking and you meet with everybody and y'all laugh and clap, and right before you get to arguing, you ready to go. Yep. You're like, oh, I'm ready to go. Because this is a bunch of nonsense. And I told Yusef, and me and Yusef had this discussion, like, I don't feel any guilt. People say, well, you're just taking advantage of the fact that you're born in the United States and your dollar is strong. You're just taking advantage. I was like, yes, I'm taking full advantage of it with no apologies. Yes. Full advantage.
Yes.
No, I tell them like this, because there's been other nationalities that have say, oh, you're so lucky to be American. I tell them like this, look, I'm not lucky to be anything. My ancestors put in blood, sweat, and tears. It was raped, killed, beat, anything you can even imagine for me to have what I have. And yes, I'm gonna utilize it to the best of my ability. So no, don't come at me. Don't come at me with that all that lucky and all that other kind of stuff.
You shouldn't go there. You should be upset. You should be appalled at how the government is treating people in Brazil. That's not my fight.
It's not. It's really not.
It's cold, but that's not my fight. It's not my fight.
It's really not.
And I know that's cold to say, but it's not my fight. I stay in my lane.
It's not.
You're not in Mexico trying to change the international and internal politics of the
Yep, I'm here as a guest, and they can kick me out whenever they want to.
Exactly.
And as a matter of fact, as being a permanent resident living here, I can't even get into politics. I can't be out there rioting, striking, none of that. They will kick me out.
Yep.
Until I become a citizen, then I can do whatever.
Hey, listen. Don't take that too much for granted.
Oh, well, I don't know if people know, but there's 1.5 million. There's 1.5 million Americans living in Mexico. A lot of them retirees. There's also a significant population of Americans who live in Mexico illegally. Now, the Mexican government has not retaliated. They haven't, as far as I know. You can correct me on. They haven't done anything yet. They're being patient. They're just sitting by. But what comes around goes around. You can have a wall to keep people out, and you can have a wall to keep your butt in.
Yeah.
So people better be careful of what they wish for.
Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it.
Yeah.
Because I know retirees in Mexico, and these are voters, and these people are voting. These are voting retirees that live in Mexico. They're very happy where they live. They're very happy, and they're very satisfied with their cost of living and their standard of life. And so people, they don't, I tell people, people make a lot of statements based on ignorance and their lack of knowledge. I say, be careful what you wish for. So we were talking. We got on politics this morning. Me and Yusef, and we were just kind of laughing at people better be careful what they wish for, because what comes around goes around.
Yep.
And,
I'm like this, that's that whole wall thing ain't my fight either. White folks gonna do what they want to do, so that ain't got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have a dog in the fight. I mean, they can do whatever.
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
If that's gonna make people feel better and and make them be able to go to the bathroom easier without taking a laxative, that's fine.
Wow.
Whatever.
Wow.
I
ain't got no comment on it.
If they want to spend $5 billion on that, go ahead and spend the money.
That ain't my fight.
Nope.
Wow. If that makes them better, how'd you put it? Better able to use the bathroom without a laxative, I don't even know how to.
I'm just tired of these band-aid solutions to everything. It doesn't make sense. Anyone with thinking knowledge knows that band-aid solutions don't work. They know they know that international economies are complex. They know the situations are complex. They know that I'm in Detroit now, but Yusef, I work in Texas, and Texas is totally dependent on the border. Half the economy of that state depends on the border. So all these people running around in Texas talking about, yeah, we need to shut it down and blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, you know what? You probably won't get that house built next week.
Wow.
So, I just sit up there and I said, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't even have an opinion on this. Whatever they want to do, that makes them feel more secure and make people feel better. And if they want to go through the expenditures of spending it, then fine. At the same time, I understand that people have to have borders, and I'm a person, that lives in. I've lived overseas, and I respect the laws of that country, and I understand my position in place. And it is whatever. I'm with Elise. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I think it's a fascinating discussion. I think it's entertaining. It is entertaining. I mean, this is so entertaining.
Wow.
I love them. This is like
I'm so far removed. I'm just like,
yeah, the White House is like Greenleaf on steroids. I mean, it's
damn. Greenleaf is that's wow.
Greenleaf is good. I got caught up. I got caught up in the Greenleaf, and I watched every episode all at once. But yeah. So that it is what it is. But yeah, Elise, I have to catch up on your blog because you had some fascinating stuff, and I'm happy to hear you're still living there and are in. Where are you at now?
Merida, near the beach.
Nice.
About 15 minutes from the beach.
Okay, so you must have some pictures up on that. You must have some pictures up somewhere, right?
No, I've been focusing on my business, so it's just like I ain't even really explored the city like that. I mean, I have a friend here. She's taking me around and showed me stuff, but I mean,
here's what I can tell you.
Like I said, I'm already ingrained in Mexico, so it's like. Okay.
I remember Elise used to post these people would ask her these questions about Mexico, and her responses were so hilarious. I mean, she would just chop the tree right at the root.
Damn.
Like people would ask these crazy questions about Mexico, and I remember you used to say, "Where do you think I'm living at?" I used to cut them up. I enjoyed it so much.
Like, look. They got people out here shooting people in the mall, schools, hospitals. Where else we been got shot up in? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy because like every now and then, I'll have a flashback and be like, should I really be here? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not in America.
Well, here's the thing. In America, you can get shot anywhere too.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm like this. I only have one life to live. I'm gonna make the best of it. I'm not gonna live in fear. I don't have time for that.
How long do you think? How many more years do you think before you have the Spanish down?
Oh shoot! I'm trying to get myself till June. I take 3 hours. I take 3 hours every day. So,
are you dreaming in Spanish yet?
I don't really dream, but I did have when I was in Guatemala. So yeah,
that's good. When we start dreaming in the language, it's a whole new world.
And it's scary when I go back home because I'll wake up and I'll be like, "Why am I hearing English?" I freaked out one time when I was in Walmart, and I actually saw Black people and white people and Asian people, and I freaked out because I'm not used to seeing that.
Wow.
I'm like, where am I? So, like I said, I'm so ingrained in Mexico. I wouldn't even be able to even probably function well if I was to ever go back to the States and live.
Well, you know what happens in the United States? Doesn't everything get loud?
Well, when I was in Guatemala, I was in a very, very, very small city, and there was no malls, there was no lights, there was none of that. And so coming from Mexico City, where everything is just loud for no reason, and then we went to Guatemala City where everything's loud, and I started to freak out because I'm just like, what is going on with all the noise? So, and I freaked out like a couple weeks back. I was walking down the street and I'm like, it's too quiet. So, because I'm used to living in Mexico City. So it's just like, going from one extreme to the next extreme is like, I don't know, what do they call it? Auditory sensory
Yeah.
overload.
Yep.
Are you able to access, as a permanent resident, are you able to access healthcare services, or do you have to go privately?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I have well, they don't give cards. It gave me a piece of paper. I guess I'm supposed to carry that. I don't really know. But yeah. And I mean, healthcare is cheap. And plus they have, like, for basic stuff, you don't even have to pay for it. Like, I had went to the doctor because my dog's eye was, like, infected. And so the lady's looking at me crazy, like, there's nothing wrong with your eye. So she was like, go around to the corner and get you a prescription and stuff from the doctor. So I got the prescription and stuff, and he gave it to me because I told him, you know, it's for my eye. He looking at me crazy. He's like, what's the real story? Like, it's for my dog. I'm like, okay, I'll give it to you. And so I'm like, how much is it? It's like, there's no cost. You just have to pay for the meds. I'm like, really?
Yep.
That was my first experience with healthcare in Mexico. And so I walked around there, got the eye drops for my dog, and the eye drops was like $6. Mind you, in comparison to in the States, a dog doctor appointment at the vet might be, and I have to go to the vet. It's not like I could go to a regular doctor and be like, hey, like, can I get some eye drops? You know, it would be like $100 to go to the vet. And then the medicine is $36. And so the little drops was $6.
Yeah, see, yeah, that healthcare thing is a big deal, man. Big deal.
And so, you know, I don't have to go to the doctor for, like, an asthma pump. An asthma pump in the States is $4. $40 with insurance. It's $4 here. I could just walk up to the pharmacist and be like, I need this. I need it for my chest. And they'll give it to me.
Here's the interesting thing. It's the concept of things that don't need to be prescription being prescription in America.
Well, that's so everybody can get a check.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a money scam here. Hey, well, look, I gotta go. I got a book signing I'm going to tonight. But Yusef, we're gonna join again. Elise, I'm gonna follow you on your blog, and I'll be talking with you guys.
All right. Hey,
right.
listen.
Bye-bye.
Let's wrap it up then, everybody. I love you all. Thank you so much. All right. Everybody have a great day. Boom, 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 boom. And since I'm the only one left, I want to thank everybody who sat through this whole thing. You can see we had a rotating cast of people, so that's why I call it the Battle Royal. If you know anybody who should be on talking to me, send me an email. YusefWateef@gmail.com is fine. Leave a comment here. If you want to be on and chat with us, let me know. Looking forward to talking to you all again soon. Bye-bye.